Did I fix it? I did. Awesome. Excellent. All right, stream can actually start. Thank God. And there doesn't appear to be any noticeable crackle, which was the main thing I was worried about. I love dealing with OBS. OBS is the best program that anyone has ever devised in the history of mankind. It's the best thing in the world. Love it. I adore it so much. Howdy, Dalek. Welcome, welcome. I hope my voice is crystal clear and perfect after dealing with all that shit. Howdy, Star Pressure. Howdy, Evie. Welcome, welcome. Very special, fun stream time. So I was going to have some background music going, by the way, but YouTube is currently completely fucked on my Steam Deck. I'm not sure why. It says that there's no video files on that entire website. So I'm not sure where else I'm supposed to get my 10-hour loop of Dirtmouth ambiance from Hollow Knight. So you'll just have to deal with my dulcet tones as your only background noise for now. Your voice is always perfect, bestie. Meh. What up, Becky Nutters? Are you down? Let me do one more quick check to see if YouTube is. Nope, it's still doing the thing. Still doing the thing where it won't load anything and then the search bar won't activate, and if I try to manually input a video URL, it just won't like have a video player. It's very strange. So unfortunately, no chill music. No chill music. Hey, Vi, hello. Hey, babe, you smell. Shut the fuck up, idiot. Thanks for popping in. Ah. So, what is this going to be? You may be wondering. I have with me on this auspicious night several custom-made tier lists made for me by my wonderful girlfriend, Trangus Beef. Should I say, one of my wonderful girlfriends, because this is the first stream I'm doing as part of my new 4-woman polycule. Because I'm just so fucking cool like that. And one of the others, Sapphic Bug Vi, is also here. Your greed knows no bounds. I've been told. I've been told. Hey, Becker's taking a break from 100 line. Hell yeah, a lot. Okay, good. I honestly didn't know how many people were gonna show up to this one, but this should be fun. This should be fun. Super jealous of you, but also super happy for you. Richer than gracious. Brandy's now watching with you. Aw, hi, Brandy. Brandy is the 4th. Hello, cutie. Anyway, I'm gonna not make this stream too overly flirtatious. So what I have here is tier lists of all the shit that I consumed in 2025. New movies, TV, which is very, very, very small. Anime, which is anime, and games, and a special secret 5th thing that we'll spend a good bit of time on, I think, after we're done with all these shenanigans. So this will be a fun time to discuss the things that I did in 2025, things that I would recommend. So keep your pens and papers ready for special Becky recommendations. And perhaps a time to get super mad at me about my hot takes. I'm gonna ask the question while wondering, how will the romances affect BWE's main event card? That remains to be seen. Remains to be seen. All the hardcore sports you've been playing, isn't it? Oh God, where's the fantasy? Oh, fuck, no, no. You'll see. You'll see what it is. You'll see what it is. Anyway, I'm gonna get right down to it. We're gonna do movies. We're gonna start with some movies. I'm really, really wishing that I could have my chill music on. I wish YouTube was functioning right now. Anyway, movies. So, we're gonna start with Novocaine. That was the first new movie that I saw in 2025. That's a pretty cool little action movie about a guy who can't feel pain and suffers some horrendously gory injuries as a result. Uh, it's exactly what you think it's going to be. I'm going to put it in A tier. There's not really. It's got a couple surprises. It has a creative streak to it. It has a very creative streak to it when it comes to the action, but yeah, you're if you like super violent action, this is probably the best action movie of the last year. K-pop Demon Hunters. By the way, I don't know what order these are going to be in because I requested that the options be mixed up from the order in which I gave them. So we'll be going all over the place and all out of order. K-pop Demon Hunters. I saw this one relatively late in the year, in the last quarter of it, I believe. I dodged it for a while. I didn't think I was gonna like it. I heard the hype and I was like, damn, that sounds not really up my speed. I don't particularly like K-pop. I don't particularly like uh, movies about competing bands or girl groups or idols or anything like that. Uh, actually, movie bangs. It's really fun. You were pretty cold on it, Sax. I think I remember you saying that. Um. Oh yeah, because you hate musicals. Expect you to say I don't like Demon Hunters. I love Demon Hunters actually. Uh, then I watched it, yeah, and it was really good. It's just a really fun little time. The characters are all lovable. The songs have been stuck in my head. The animation, it's this Spider-Verse animation, and it's uh, as good as you would expect from that. Needs to sing "Takedown" on loop. Jokes that she's homophobic. Oh yeah, by the way, it's also super gay, super gay, and there's a good reason that Polytrix has been the pretty much the number one polyamorous ship of the last 9 months, or however many months it's been since this came out. It's actually quite difficult to find any art of any other polyamorous coupling because there is so much Polytrix. But you know what? We're a Polyconics. Curious poly ship discussion, fascinating. I'm unbiased. So yeah, I'm gonna put the what movies go in front and behind, which is kind of arbitrary and changeable if it's not the movie of the year or what have you. But I think I liked Novocaine just a little bit more than K-pop Demon Hunters. Just a tiny bit. This was unsurprising, Becca. What's next? Ballerina. That's the female-led John Wick spinoff, which was actually the movie that I was most excited for this year, if memory serves. I had very high expectations for it, and they were largely met. Largely met. So the biggest problem is the script. You can tell that it was a script by the dude who wrote Underworld, and then they had to come in and get punched up into an actual movie by Chad Stahelski. There's a lot of weird, like, kind of stuff that gets set up and doesn't really go anywhere, or wasted potential, or things like that. B tier for Ballerina. I mean, I hold your horses. Just maybe. The action is incredible, and I am very, very weak to women kicking ass in stylish fashion. There is a sequence toward the end that is the closest thing I've ever seen to a Dragon Ball beam struggle in live action without any magic, and it's quite fun. However, there's enough about it that slightly irritates me that it is actually gonna go in B tier. B for Ballerina. It is a really good movie. Like, this is an actual grading scale. This is not your IGN sort of grading scale where anything below a certain degree is an automatic 0. Wait, what? How? I assume this was to the Dragon Ball meme struggle. Let's just say flamethrowers and fire hoses. And it's sick as hell. It's really, really sick. I put it in B tier. I do strongly recommend this to any fans of action. Like, I think Novocaine is the better action movie, but if you just want to see women doing cool shit, you can't go better than this. 17 pages. So this is going to be the one I think that is the most obscure. Like, nobody's going to recognize what this is, I bet. This is the Nebula exclusive Bobby Broccoli feature-length documentary about a particularly controversial scientific paper, and it's also about a lot of other things in its movie length runtime. It's about perspective and how what we are introduced to as our first exposure to a story can color our entire perceptions of it, even when presented with contradictory evidence. It's about people making really stupid mistakes and then doubling down on them. It's about society. And I'm not going to say a lot more about it than that because it's actually a documentary with huge spoilers. And it's incredible. It's really, really good. It was easily my favorite essay documentary type thing that I watched in last year, which is why I made sure it has a letterboxed page. This thing's for real. So that's why I got it in there. I'm gonna put 17 pages on those grounds in middle of A tier. Because I really like Novocaine, man. I really like Novocaine. Sort of sounds like that Chernobyl special a few years ago. I've watched so many Chernobyl things that I actually. Do you mean the HBO series? Because that is really good, although it is loaded with historical inaccuracies. Adequate, welcome. Funny recognizing more people in chat now from server joining. Indeed. Indeed. Ah. Alright, we got 4 down here. What's next? Weapons. This is a controversial one. This is a very controversial one. Weapons was not the movie that I thought it was going to be. I had such a profoundly horrified and constantly dread-induced reaction to the marketing campaign for Weapons that it's the first thing in many years that has given me an actual night terror, like violent fit of I cannot sleep right now. I need all the lights in my room on. I feel like I'm under threat in my bedroom thinking about the first teaser for this movie. A tier at least, reluctant A tier for me. I'm getting to it. I went in like more afraid than I had been in a long time to see the movie, because the movie is by Zach Kreger, who did Barbarian, and it's about a bunch of kids who, in the middle of the night, get up out of bed, leave their houses, and just Naruto run down the street and disappear. And it's creepy, really, really creepy. It's a really creepy premise. It's not as scary as I thought it would be. It's really not. And, like, in places, I would almost be reluctant to call it a horror movie at all, as opposed to a black comedy thriller, almost. But on rewatch, because I did rewatch it relatively recently, I liked it. I liked what it was doing a lot more than I did when I saw it in the theater. In the theater, the twist, like the big revelation of where those kids went, fully lost me. But I think it actually does work. And Weapons, it's not the movie that I wanted. I do think the premise is always going to be a little bit of a missed potential, but it's a really good movie. I'm going to say bottom of A tier for Weapons. Next up, The Long Walk. This was the last new movie that I watched in 2025, I believe. I can't remember actually whether I watched Long Walk or One Battle After Another first. I'm pretty sure Long Walk was my last one. But W tier for Walk. Yeah. I quite liked this one. A lot of people really did not like this one when it came out. Many of them, I think, fans of Stephen King's book / novella, because it does make a lot of changes, as I understand it. I have not read the novella, but I think it holds up perfectly well with what it does, and it makes its point, and that point is really effective and really timely. This is a movie about a bunch of kids who are forced to, well, I say forced, they volunteer, but due to economic reasons, it is basically forced. They're in a dystopian, far future United States that is in an economic downspin, and they're doing a competition where they just walk endlessly until only one of them is alive, and that person gets unfathomable rewards. They call it Long Walk because you turn walk degrees and long in the other direction. Fucking every time you say this, Evie, it kills me slightly more. Weapons premise feels like the setup for the scariest SCP article you've ever read. No, exactly. It kind of reminds me of the SCP that is like Santa Claus, but he eats kids. If anyone's ever read that one, I have no idea what number SCP that is, but it's a fun one. What happens if the number 2 dies and then the number 1 dies before they can get their reward? That is a question I believe that is addressed in at some point in the movie. I know it's addressed in the book, but if the rules seem nonsensical and arbitrary and very easily could go wrong, yeah, it's a shitty competition. It's a really shitty competition. And it's the whole movie's basically just this group of kids befriending each other and having really like funny, interesting, real conversations, and then intermittently horrible things happen to them, and it's the most stressful shit in the world. I actually watched this movie standing upright the entire time because I felt like sitting down through it wouldn't be like in the spirit of it. Terra rules. Put Terra on the tier list. Terra tops the list. I mean, Terra, Vi, and Brandy are all my real movie of the year. I think that goes without saying. Long Walk, yeah, super stressful, super good. Do I put it in S tier though? I think I do. I think it deserves it. I really dug this one. It's probably not going to stay at the top S tier for very long, but I really dug it. You're my movie of the year's peak romance. Get in the chair, Baxter. No, that comes later. You're not ready for tab 5. Anyway, we're gonna save these two. VHS Halloween. How about that? That's going in C tier. So I did a stupid thing recently where I watched all the VHS movies in sequence because I had heard that some of the later ones were really good. I've never liked the VHS franchise. I've never liked it. I think it's a great premise. It's an anthology found footage horror series where you get various directors to do their own little found footage shorts and paste them all together with a framing narrative. That sounds perfectly at my speed. I really did not like the first 3 VHS movies, and so I never watched VHS 94, which is the one that people say gets really good. I did watch that, and it's really good. But VHS Halloween is the most recent one. It's the one that came out last year. Some of them are okay. I would say I really enjoyed 94 and Beyond. And Halloween, for that matter, which is why it's in C tier, not F tier, which is where I would put many of those others. Will this stream be lost to time like the Dark Souls fuckability list stream? No, I'm gonna upload this. I can't imagine myself saying anything particularly untoward or illegal in this one. Beyond has like 3 absolute banger shorts in it. Oh yeah, Beyond is great for the most part, except for the part where it randomly becomes shittier Tusk, and Tusk already sucks, and it sticks out like a really sore thumb. Fucking agreed, dude. If I had known you watched the VHS movies, I would have gone into giant rants with you as I watched them. We can totally gab about them after this is done. Totally. One second. Oh, Brandy has a message for me from not on this on the chat. Becca, since I'm watching on her phone, just so you know, I inherited an entire collection of Disney VHS tapes unopened, like a good 100 or so. One of those tapes is cursed. One of those tapes does contain snuff footage. That's really cool, but also at least one of those tapes will kill you if you open it and watch it. Also, hi Brandy. Welcome to the morning wake up, whatever. Not morning, it's nighttime. You know what I mean. I'm shaky flirty. Anyway, yes, VHS Halloween, pretty good. It's a pretty good one. I didn't like all of it, but the ones that I did like were really fun. There's a sketch in the middle. I say a sketch, it's a segment that is sort of mascot horror-y. And I don't really like mascot horror, but I had a really good time with it. I think it's a really good execution of it. It's very stupid, it's very silly, it's very over the top. But it's fun. It's fun. So yeah, C tier. Probably the worst. Actually, no, definitely the worst movie on this list. I wasn't even going to put it on this list, and it was originally just going to be like a top 10, but for completion's sake. Next, Wake Up Dead Man, a Knives Out mystery. It's the third Knives Out movie, or the third Benoit Blanc movie, as Rian Johnson really wishes he could call them, and understandably so. That is the much better title. So I loved Knives Out. That was one of the best movies of that year that it came out. I'm not hovering over F. I promise. I'm just keeping it. I'm just keeping it held. Gonna be like, obviously these are mystery movies. Core, like anything beyond the core premise is a huge spoiler, so I'm not gonna go too far into it. But I loved Knives Out. I really loved Glass Onion. Those are very different movies, and Glass Onion is very controversial. A lot of people said it was way worse than Knives Out. I still don't know if like which of these is the best one, which was the worst one. They're all fantastic in their own way, and Wake Up Dead Man is no different. I had a great time with it. It's more. I think it's probably the best mystery of all these movies, and it does come at the expense. Like it puts so much focus on its mystery that it does come at the expense of some characterization, and a lot of people don't get a lot to do besides Benoit Blanc and a couple of the supporting cast. However, the like 2 or 3 dudes who are in that supporting cast who get a lot to do, they're like the best characters in the whole, I guess, franchise. And the mystery's really compelling and really satisfying. Do I put it above K-pop Demon Hunters? Definitely goes above Weapons. Yeah, I'm gonna put it middle of A tier. Know some people who watch Onion with me and they found out what the twist was super early and were just annoyed with the rest of the movie. I can see why they would be. I thought the resolution of Glass Onion was really quite peak for what that story actually was and what it was trying to say. And I remain very excited for future Rian Johnson detective movies. I'm so happy that he has single-handedly brought back the idea of the anthology detective dude into the mainstream. Glass Onion still works knowing the twist, evidence me. I agree. Although I have not rewatched it recently. One battle after another. This movie fucking rules. This one's going top of S. Please no spoil, still haven't seen. Yeah, no, don't worry. There's a lot to go into with this one, so I'm going to keep it very, very brief. Especially because we're on the movies tier list a lot longer than I thought we would be. But basically, this movie is about Harry Dubois versus Vince McMahon fighting for the soul of America. And it's so good. It's so good. It might be my favorite Leonardo DiCaprio performance ever. What a fucking pitch! Great sell. I mean, it's accurate. I can't take credit for it. I can't take full credit for it. At least one portion of that description was given to me by the one and only Mr. Sharkey. But yeah, if that sounds like a good time to you, this is a nearly 3-hour thriller, black comedy, drama, epic. It sort of feels very Coen Brothers, but also very not. I don't know it's by Paul Thomas Anderson, I believe. I've never seen a Paul Thomas Anderson movie before this, so I can't tell you how much it feels like other Paul Thomas Anderson movies, but it's really, really, really quite good. If Superman and Sinners did not exist, this would be my easy movie of the year. Easy. As is, it's definitely number 3, and nothing else is going to like shake it. My one criticism with One Battle After Another, and the one thing I would advise if people are gonna go check it out, the first 20 minutes or so kind of suck. I don't particularly like the first 20 minutes. It's a prologue section that is very busy and really cluttered and kind of goes on for way too long and doesn't feel at all like the rest of the movie. So just keep that in mind. The rest of it is really, really peak. Superman is A tier for me. uh, Chainsaw Man, the last movie to talk about before the movie of the year war. Chainsaw Man, Raise Arc. This is also going middle of S tier. This is maybe the best animated movie that I have ever seen in a theater. I'm a big Chainsaw Man fan. I'm a chainsaw fangirl, if you will. And I saw this. I don't usually go see anime movies in the theater. In fact, I don't know as I ever have, because they rarely ever show at a theater near me. This one got a wide release, and I knew that I had to see it because I'm a huge Raise Arc enjoyer, and it lived up to all of my expectations. All of my expectations. Don't know anything about Chainsaw Man, but I did see everyone losing their mind over the animation and also the women. Yes, both of them. Both of them. Both of those. Yes. Animation is peak. Women are peak. Movie fucks. I love Shark Bro. Yeah, I got to see this movie with Vi in the theater, and great time. Great time. I'd actually forgotten large chunks of the Raise arc, so I got to be surprised by a good number of things, which I was not expecting. It's just really good. Like most of what makes it super good is just in watching it, the experience of doing so. So I can't really talk about it that much for without like writing a script and going in depth or anything. But it's just really good, really damn good. And finally, we have my top 2 contenders for movie of the year. And this is an agonizing, agonizing choice. However, it's one that I've already made because, spoilers, I'm actually looking at a pre-written numbered list for all these categories to keep things flowing. So, as much as it pains me to pick between two of my favorite children, Superman is going in S tier. Number 2 movie of the year. Illusion Broken. Well, okay. All that's written down are the numbers. I gotta come up with my justifications for them. And also, I don't have anything written down for the mysterious and secretive tab 5. S tier for man. Yeah. Superman, if Sinners didn't exist, because we can just do that, we can just put that up there now. You all knew it was gonna be there. If Sinners did not exist, Superman, there would be no contention for my movie of 2025. I think Superman is maybe the most 2025 movie. One could argue that that's one battle after another, and one would be quite right, but no movie has dug into all of my anxieties about the times and fear for the future and fear of humankind and our inadequacy and been like, hey, Superman. Well, it would be weird if other movies that weren't Superman said, "Hey, Superman." That would be quite strange. However, I've never been a Superman fan, and now I'm a huge fucking Superman fan. This was the perfect time in history for a movie about just a just a good fucking dude. Just a good fucking dude. Such a good dude. Not even an unbelievably good dude. He's not a saint. He's not like an unbelievable god of kindness or anything. He's just a good dude who does good things because that's like the right thing to do. And the movie sells that so effectively. And I cried so hard watching it in the theater. And I cried even harder rewatching it near the end of the year. Multiple times. Girl Me Too? Yeah, yeah. Superman made me want to speculate on universes and want to make fan comics again. It's the best superhero movie I've seen in quite a few years. Straight up. It's not a competition. It reminded me of why I like enjoy superheroes to begin with. And then Sinners, like what the fuck? What the fuck can I say about Sinners? So I'm gonna assume everyone watching this has seen Sinners already. And also, I am white as a ghost. So anything I can say about Sinners really is going to be both trite and expected. 2025 opened with its best movie. Straight up, no, yeah. As soon as I saw Sinners in the theater, I was like, okay, well, nothing's beating that. Nothing's beating that. It's about so much, and it says so much, it does so much, it blends so many different genres together so effectively that you don't even notice they're doing it until they've already done it. And it's already a great movie. Like from opening credits, it's a great movie. Michael B. Jordan is doing his Michael B. Jordan thing twice so effectively that you kind of forget that he is not like portrayed by two different actors. That it's just two Michael B. Jordans. But then when you get to the halfway point and you get to that scene, and anybody who's seen it knows immediately, I don't have to clarify what scene I'm talking about. You know that scene. Then it's just wall to wall perfection after that. Perfection. I've been kind of hit or miss on Ryan Coogler's oeuvre in the past, but I am absolutely going to watch his career like a hawk from now on. Legit forgot it was one dude. Like I got so absorbed in the movie that I fully forgot. Yeah, it's the Orphan Black effect. Orphan Black being a fine TV show, but that which hinges on a fucking masterful, incredible, unforgettable performance by Tatiana Maslany playing like 6 different clones. It's like the only reason to watch that show is to watch Tatiana Maslany make you forget that she is Tatiana Maslany. I hope those two brothers have a chance to star in another movie together. They have good chemistry. No, for real, yeah. All right, well, that's my movies list. This is probably going to be the most easy to predict one out of all of these. TV. Let's get through this right quick. I only have 5 entries for TV. I didn't watch a whole ton of new live action TV this year. In fact, I had a really hard time remembering even that I had watched 2 of these shows. because they weren't close to the end of the year like the other three were. I intend to get back on doing that this year, but I digress. And we're also not going to do a whole like separate show of the year category because again, there's only five. So, lightning round. Tomb Raider: Legend of Lara Croft Season 2. This is the Netflix animated Tomb Raider series that I'm a big fan of and that nobody seems to have even heard of. Because people keep talking about Tomb Raider as if it doesn't exist. This is going in B tier. Where's WrestleMania? I fucking forgot that we watched WrestleMania 41. That's the event that pushed us out of WWE. And when I was struggling to like come up with what wrestling thing do I put on this list, I forgot. I forgot that it happened. Genuinely. Show of the year was Pluribus. Let's not kid ourselves. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry your pretty little head. So yeah, Tomb Raider animated series. It's a very fun animated action not fantasy, like adventure. That's the word I was looking for. Adventure. Action adventure, that most accursed of genre descriptors. It's pretty much what you would it's what you would expect a show like this to be, but really good. And actually about things. Lara's so buff. True. She is so jacked in this show, and she's so very charming. This show has by far my favorite rendition of Lara Croft as a character. And I actively dread seeing her in the new games because I'm worried she won't charm me as much as this one does. So I already really liked Season 1. Season 2 is in some ways better, some ways weaker than Season 1. I think some of the plotting is a little bit sloppier, and it's a little bit it's a little bit wonkier on the pacing side, but it's a lot of fun. It's still a lot of fun, and it has genuinely quite well thought out themes about colonialism and the extractive like nature of digging up artifacts and using their mystical powers to solve a problem or whatever. Like the entire thing that Tomb Raider and Uncharted are about, it actually engages with that and centers the African experience and diaspora and all that good stuff. It's not what you would expect. So I really quite like it. I hope this is not the final season of this show. I think there's a lot more potential you can wring out of it, but they haven't greenlit another one as far as I can tell. So yeah, would recommend. Holy shit, wait, I forgot Andor was 2025. So I also forgot. So this Andor season 2 very narrowly avoided missing my list until I remembered that I watched it this year. I thought it was 2024. I really did for some reason. You knew where that was gonna go. It's again like Sinners. I'm going to assume everybody watching this has seen Andor, and or God, I'm fucking stupid. Much like Superman, it's the show of the times, and it is pretty much perfect as that. I have seen some people complain that the more condensed pacing of this season hurts it. I don't really agree. I think it is about exactly what it needs to be. It builds and builds and builds to a crescendo that is one of the most gut-wrenching things I've seen in genre TV. Absolutely the most gut-wrenching thing I've seen in Star Wars. I don't know if it was at like as much of a complete package as season 1 was. Yeah, I would not as good as season 1 for me, but still great. It's tough. It is really tough. But whether it's weaker or better than season 1 is, I think, a matter of like decimal points. It's still fantastic television. Love my pals, love indulging in high quality media with besties. Love you too, Evie. Thank you for watching Andor with me. Star Wars as a franchise is made better for having Andor in it. Very true. Very true. Next, we're speeding through these. The Mighty Nine. This one is going in. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put Mighty Nine in top A tier. And I'm moving Tomb Raider up. Mighty Nine is an adaptation of Campaign 2 of Critical Role. Critical Role is a thing that I have never engaged with, despite many shills telling me to do so. And I was very skeptical going into this. I didn't know if I would like it much at all. And it's my favorite fantasy thing, my favorite high fantasy thing in recent memory, period. The cast, the main party is peak. They're all incredible. They're all total loser weirdos who are super unique in their own ways. And I love that. I love that so much. I can't pick a favorite among the main cast. I mean, my favorite is Jester, but I can't pick a favorite. And given that this cast includes a lesbian disaster fire punch girl who is basically made to be my favorite character, consider that a ringing endorsement of all of the other characters. It's just really good. It's just so damn good. It's just so damn good. Don't know how gratifying it is to see Mighty Nine get over like this. They really did a great job bringing them to life. I can only imagine how it feels to have the investment of actually watching the campaign and then seeing that happen. Second to last, AEW, All in Texas. I watched a shitload of wrestling this year, and I was tempted to put the entirety of AEW Dynamite as a thing on this list, but that would be wildly impractical to actually rate because it's a year-round, no breaks weekly wrestling show that can like vary in quality depending on what's happening, what storylines are going. So I picked the AEW WrestleMania equivalent from halfway through this year. And I'm going to put it right here. Rank Collision. Max Caster segments S tier. Everything else B tier. Wrestling is so good when it's so good. When wrestling is good, it's better than all the other things that you like. And AEW, I think the road from Double or Nothing to All in Texas is like the best stretch of wrestling TV that I have ever seen. I could have put Double or Nothing on this tier list as well. I could have put all of the wrestling pay-per-views I saw this year on here, but I didn't. I just put on this one because I think this is like, if you want to get in and understand what AEW is about, watch All in Texas. And you will become a Hangman Adam Page fan for the rest of your goddamn life. When wrestling is bad, we got to commit harakiri. Oh yeah, buddy. I did watch WrestleMania 41. Fiend. Anyway, show of the year is Pluribus. Anybody who knows me, you knew that was coming as soon as you saw Pluribus on the tier list. This is one of the magnum opuses of Vince Gilligan. A man who I would say has at least 3 magnum opuses. Fuck, this list is missing Alien Earth. Damn it. I knew I was forgetting something. Ah, I'm so embarrassed. Oh, that sucks. I would put Alien Earth would go in like bottom of A tier, I think. That show's good. It's the best. It's the best thing I think to come out of Alien on screen in a long, long time. But because it doesn't have an icon here, I can't talk about it a lot. Pluribus is a show about Earth getting taken over by a hive mind, and the one of the few people left unmelded is a really, really unhappy lesbian, played by the unforgettable, irreplaceable Rhea Seehorn, in a performance that I would say, over the course of 9 episodes, tops her entire body of work as Kim Wexler across 6 seasons of Better Call Saul. Rebecca, your balls are showing on stream. Girls are watching. Oh no! Oh no! More girls are watching than ever before. They forgot. They saw me forget a thing on my tier list. How will I ever recover? But yeah, Pluribus. It's a horror thriller comedy drama that is. Can you tell I really like it when works blend a lot of different subgenres together? I really, really love tonal dissonance, and Pluribus does tonal dissonance quite well. One of the most existentially horrifying things I have watched to completion. And I will die waiting for 2027 for the next season. Triple the girls are watching. It's true. It's true. Oh, I love all you beauties. Anyway, with that done, anime. Anime. Yay, anime. We love anime. Anime. I'm also going to speed through this one because some of these shows I don't have a ton to say. I'll probably say that and then spend like 10 minutes kvetching about something. But hopefully this gives you some recommendations of all the categories here that I would love for people to write down something they've never heard of as like, hey, that sounds good. I'll check that out later. I think the anime category is the one that I would like that to happen the most with. Watanare's topical list. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. First up, what is this? Oh, Milky Subway, the Galactic Limited Express. This is an interesting one. This is an 3D animated, YouTube released, completely original 12 episode anime that is made by one dude. And the episodes are very short. You can binge it all in like under an hour, I want to say. It's just a ton of fun. It's a heist series, sort of. It's about a bunch of space convicts who are really just ordinary losers who are sent to be janitors on a space train, and the train goes out of control, and then chaos ensues. Gonna go get a burger before work. Be back if you're still streaming later, babe. Later, babe. Bye-bye. Yeah. It's a ton of fun. It's a really funny show. Great comedic timing. Great pacing. Again, it's very, very short. And a lot happens in it, and it feels like a complete adventure, even though it's like it barely qualifies as a short film, really. So, yeah, this one came completely out of nowhere, and every week I was like, this is really good. This is really damn good. That's Milky Subway, the Galactic Limited Express. Next. Oh, goodness me. New Panty and Stocking. Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt Season 2. This one's going in S tier. This one's kind of cheating, because I've only watched half of the season yet. I'm not done with it, but I have to give it S tier. Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt was a famously filthy, over-the-top, raunchy comedy anime that Gainax produced in 2010, I believe, and it has been very close to my heart since I watched it in my adolescence. And when they finally got the rights back as Trigger from Gainax's dying husk and announced they were making more, I was really skeptical, and I was even more skeptical when I heard that they were recasting everyone because the English dub cast of Panty and Stocking is one of my favorite anime English dub casts. And when I first got to it, and I heard the new voices for the first time, and I heard the new jokes for the first time, and I heard the new script for the first time, I didn't like it. I thought it was noticeably worse than the original, and I fell off it after 2 episodes. The second episode was better, but I was like, okay, I guess this is just something I'm gonna have to. I'll get back to it eventually. So then I rewatched the entire original series with a friend, and then I got to New Panty and Stocking, and I'm now halfway through it. The last episode I watched was the one with the Angel Twinks. God, I love being bisexual. God, I love it. It's good. And you know what else is good? Panty and Stocking, Season 2. Trusting all this info that it isn't secretly haunted tape. All of my complaints and criticisms with the first couple episodes completely vanished. Completely disappeared. In some ways that are very suspicious, even, because one of my big petty complaints in the first 2 episodes was that they changed the Angels' ass-kicking slogan before they kill their enemies from "Repent, motherfucker" to "Repent, bitch." And that's just not as good. And then after 2 episodes, they start saying "Repent, motherfucker" again, and never acknowledge that they were saying a different thing. And it's very strange. Script tightens up. Scanty and Nisox being added to the main cast, that the Demon Sisters, is inspired. Absolutely, like, there's no way in hell it could be my anime of the year just because of what my anime of the year actually is, but in a less crowded year for anime, because 2025 was fucking insane for anime, it would stand a really good chance, and I cannot wait to watch the rest of it. Second part of episode 10 is some of the best art of the year. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna finish it as soon as I possibly can. I might finish it next week if all things go to plan. Oh, fuck me. Oh, God. Dusk Beyond the End of the World. I haven't done a lot of bitching thus far, have I? Who's ready to hear me bitch? I'm gonna be short with this one. Dusk Beyond the End of the World is a show about a dude whose genius kid sister invents sentient AI and androids, and then the world ends and he wakes up in the far future where like the androids are sort of running around and they all look like her, and society has regressed to a pre-technological, like, agrarian society ruled over by a dystopian government. And it sounds interesting, and it's not. It's not. It's one of the most fucking boring things I have ever watched. People got really into this one entirely because in the first non-prologue episode, the main android girl kicks a lot of ass, and it's Sakuga heavy, and it's fine. It's a fine action sequence. It's animated very well. It's so fucking boring. And also vaguely incestuous. But mostly it's just so dull and stupid, and everyone's an idiot, and nothing makes sense. And it's just bad. It's just bad. That's all that Dusk Beyond the End of the World deserves. I'm gonna stop talking about it now. It makes me mad to think about. Speaking of things that make me mad to think about, although uh, this is, I still think this is a good thing ultimately. Everyone's an idiot and nothing makes sense. Honestly, same. Gundam G-Cux. This one had a lot riding on it. I was really into the art style. I was really into the idea of it. It's an alternate universe branching off of the original Gundam, down to like recreating the first episode of 0079 from the 70s and doing crazy cool things with it and being like, hey, what would happen? And that's a really cool idea that doesn't ultimately go places that I wanted it to go. It kind of goes into FF7 remake E type directions, and I'm really sick of things doing that. I think I love Mashu, the main girl. I think she doesn't get enough to do. The main dynamics are really underdeveloped. It has such a great like first 2/3, and then I just don't love where it ends up. C is lower than where I'd put this one, TBH. This is probably gonna be the first one that gets people mad at me. Finally got here. Milky Subway being up there is very good. Hey, howdy Hex. And also, yeah, hell yeah. Milky Subway, super good. Real good time. Strongly disappointed by G-Cux. It was held back by how short it is. Yeah. People said the same thing about Witch from Mercury, and I do agree, but I still came away from Witch from Mercury satisfied with the experience, and I still think about Witch from Mercury from time to time, being like, damn, that I really had fun with that, even though its resolution was kind of messy and hasty. G-Cux I actually forgot that I watched until I went back through my Annie list for all the anime that I had seen in 2025. So I'm gonna say it's not bad. It's got its peaks, especially in the first 2/3, but it just didn't do the things that I wanted it to do, and it did a lot of things that were annoying. Most people will tell you to put it lower. No, I mean it's really well animated. It's pretty well directed. Again, I like Mashu. Um, and the mustache, the guy with the mustache whose name I can't remember. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with C tier. I think if I find something that pushes it out of C tier, then I'll move it to like high D tier. Shalia Bull, thank you. Char tops of every list. There's some weird Char stuff in G-Cux, man. There's some weird Char stuff in G-Cux. What's next? Can't tell from. Oh shit! Summer Hikaru died. That's S tier for sure. For sure. That one is going above. That is the absolute top of S tier. I don't think anything will break it for number 2. The Summer Hikaru died is Eldritch Horror Yaoi. And it is both actually really scary and actually really gay. Like, not ambiguously, it's about a gay teenage boy who is struggling with that fact. And the boy that he is in love with disappears in the mountains and then comes back a couple days later. But something's really wrong. Something's really, really wrong there. And then it just unfolds, and it's a really thrilling, really tense, unpredictable, like super character rich mystery that just does a lot of what I want anime horror to do that it never really seems to. Uh, Anime, outside of a couple of really standout picks, anime tends to have a really hard time being super scary. And I think The Summer Hikaru Died, it genuinely has like some of the scariest anime horror scenes in like the past 5-10 years. This is why you're reading that one book. If you're referring to someone to build a nest in, it's very, very different tone. Very different tone. But yes, that is also quite fun. Highly recommend this to even people who do not watch a lot of anime. This is just a really engaging time. If you like cosmic horror, you can't do much better. Okay, we're gonna go little out of order here so I can get rid of some that I don't have a ton to say things about. May I ask for one final thing, aka Punch Princess? High, high C tier or low B tier? I'm gonna say low B tier because it's one of those anime that's not really all that much to speak for on the production end, but the manga it's adapting is really good and good enough that it carries the adaptation. It's a villainess anime about a lady who punches the shit out of all the evil nobles in her kingdom. And it's very socially maladjusted, and it's great. It's really funny. Really, really funny. A lot of very funny anime this past year. But again, it's animation wise, it's pretty cheap looking. It doesn't do a whole lot to elevate the source material, but the source material is good enough that it can't be much lower than like low B tier. It's fun to watch her punch people. Exactly. That's the high selling point. Think your punch princess already went to work? Hey, listen here. Villainess genre is generally slop, but it's my slop, dude. Same. I'm watching the Holy Grail of Eris this season, and that is a pretty good villainess mystery anime that I hope goes great. Kowloon generic romance. Despite the title, this is not generic, and it is a romance, but it's more so a mystery, and it is an incredibly compelling mystery. I have heard some people say that this is a somewhat rushed adaptation. I didn't feel that. I didn't pick up on that at all. From my perspective, as somebody who does not know anything about the source material, this was a pretty perfectly paced, like, series of revelations and character beats. This is a show about a young lady who lives in the walled city of Kowloon, which was a real throat's getting dry, hold on. Real very strange place in I completely forget what time period. That was a bunch of buildings clustered really close together behind some walls, and people developed a totally unique way of living there. And this lady lives there, and things are going a little bit strange. But she's talking to this cute guy at work, so who cares? Who cares that she uh, might have forgotten an entire past life, and there's identical people running around, and something is hovering in the sky very menacingly that nobody really seems to care about, and such and such. It's normal things while she pursues this cute guy at her work. I really like this. rock solid mystery anime. Cute romance, but the romance isn't really what I came to it for, despite the title. So yeah, that's a solid recommend if you enjoy a good mystery. Kowloon was demolished in like the 90s. Okay, yeah, that checks out. This monster wants to eat me. Good uh counterpoint, I guess, to the summer Hikaru died. This is cosmic horror. Cosmic horror slash folk horror. Yuri. It's about mermaids and yokai and other strange beasties. And this particularly monstrous mermaid girl who wants to devour this random human girl alive from head to toe. Mermaid Yuri confirmed, yes. It is, in fact, Vorer. Problem with her plan to eat that girl is that girl wants to die. She's very suicidal. And so the mermaid's like, well, I'll make you want to live, and then I'll eat you, so that you taste better when you're afraid of death. And that's our toxic Yuri setup. I'm gonna put this in low S tier, high A tier. It doesn't really matter. I'm gonna say high A tier. Does it have women covered in blood? Yes. Yes, it does. I went into this one expecting Toxic Yuri, and I got Toxic Yuri. What I was not expecting to get was one of the most genuinely heartfelt and affecting and real depictions of passive suicidal ideation that I have ever seen in an anime. It's treated with the utmost respect and deftest handling, and it made me cry a good bit. It struck on some really raw nerves. So it's not the kind of show you probably want to watch if you're in a particularly bad headspace. It's not going to give you fun toxic Yuri shenanigans. There is some really real shit that happens in this anime, but it also does have a giant mermaid girl fighting a giant kitsune, and uh, lots of charming, fun comedy and regular old toxic Yuri like you would expect. You ever read The Summer You Were There? It has a lot of that kind of thing, and it really hit me hard. I have not, but I will write that down. Summer You Were There. I will look into that. What else do I have? 3 more anime, and then we can get on to the main events of the evening. Turkey. Time to Strike. This is something that fucking nobody but me knows about, I think. This is a bowling anime. Sort of. It's a show about a girls' club who do bowling. And then other stuff happens. This one has one of them go in knowing as little as possible sales pitches, and I think that's kind of obnoxious, and I hate that I'm kind of perpetuating it. But uh it's quite something. It's quite fun. It goes places I really did not expect. And the character writing is shockingly strong for what is, I would say, an incredibly stupid idea. Like, this is a dumb premise. When it finally tells you what the real premise is, it's a fucking stupid premise, but it's done really well. It's done really well. This isn't a real anime, it's a psyop. Yeah, these are all actually AI images that I had ChatGPT generate for me to fool you. I'm actually a huge, horrible AI shill. This is my coming out of the closet moment. It's all fake. It's all slop. Nothing is real. Everything is permitted. So yeah, Turkey Time Strike. I honestly I could put this even higher. It's not the best anime in the world, but it really like struck a chord with me. I could be I'm now subverting my own pre-written order and gonna say, yeah. This is just what we're gonna have to live with. I'm gonna have to watch it soon. Yeah, I mean, again, takeaway recommendations from this stream. Can't believe Becca made the latest SNK trailer. Oh god. I feel so bad for SNK fans, man. I'm not an SNK fan. I never will be, but I feel so bad for SNK fans. You guys have had a rough couple years. Oh boy. Okay, the last two. The last two are gonna have stuff to talk about. There's no freaking way I'll be your lover, aka Watanabe, is not my anime of the year, but it is quite up there. It's gonna be probably right here, I think. Watanabe is it's the most Yuri anime that we've maybe gotten ever. There's a reason people were freaking out about it when it dropped, because it's just about lesbians, and there's no pussyfooting around it, and it doesn't do a lot of the annoying things that Yuri anime have often done. Like there's no, oh, it's okay if it's you, etc., etc. Like it talks about comp het and social ostracization of like girls who don't want to talk about boys because they like girls. Um and there's all the characters are super vibrant and fun and well written, and I love them. And it's also poly. It's poly Yuri. That's like, it's sort of a spoiler to say that, but it's also the entire like sales pitch of it and the thing that people will tell you first about it. And it's one of the things that this year that hit my nerves and made me realize how deeply poly I actually am, which ultimately has led to me gaining more girlfriends and like feeling really incredible about my future as a result. So yeah, it's good. It's good. Really good. Saying this one uh in love with the villainess was last year. So we have this is not the first, like far from the first Yuri anime or Yuri manga that has like talked about that stuff in frank detail, but it's the one that has gotten the most into it in ways that I like really compelled me. I thought In Love with the Villainess was good. I thought Watanabe was phenomenal. And my anime of the year, before we can finally move on from this section, is Apocalypse Hotel. This fucking show. Everybody, write down the name if you have not seen this. Apocalypse Hotel. This is my favorite anime of the past while. I immediately knew it was going to be my anime of the year when I watched it. It is the exact kind of thing that I'm always looking for in anime. It's an original series with a stunningly original premise that just does it super goddamn well. It is a show about humanity fleeing Earth to avoid a viral apocalypse and leaving behind a bunch of robots who set about maintaining a hotel to prepare for when humans come back. And thousands of years pass, and a lot of those robots break down. And the show follows the skeleton crew who remain as they just maintain this empty hotel, waiting for humanity to come back. And it is the funniest fucking thing I have watched in forever. You would not hear that premise and think comedy. It is a good contender for the straight up funniest anime I have ever watched. Uh Anything you can think of that anime normally do that like undercut a joke or do a joke that is tired or etc etc, none of that is here. The timing of everything is razor sharp. It has an Odd Taxi level of writing quality, for those of you for whom that means anything. And those of you who have watched Odd Taxi would probably freak out to hear me compare it to that. The main robot girl in this series is like, I can't remember the last time a single character has made me breathless in hysterics with just like a facial expression or an odd tick or a thing that she decides to do with her day. And then it like keeps reinventing itself episode by episode by episode, and it's not just an incredible comedy, it's also a super impressive action thing, and then it's a Breaking Bad-esque, we need to hide this thing now or we're going to get in a whole lot of trouble episode that just gets more and more and more tense while also remaining genuinely funny. Or it's a meditative exploration of life and death and like enjoying the beauty around you while it lasts. And it does all of that just episode to episode. Perfectly. Perfectly. It is a perfect anime. Very interested perhaps be shown this is the hell of fucking sell. I would love to show more people Apocalypse Hotel. Absolutely. Has two of the funniest subtitle choices I've ever seen in an anime. Yes. Very much with you, Tara. Apocalypse Hotel, again. I'm going to recommend that with, yes, as Posthumus said, religious fervor. And that's that. That's where we're going to move on. We have two more remaining. This is fun. I wasn't sure how this was going to go. This is fun. It's a lot of fun. Even though I don't have background music. Just talking. Just motor mouthing today, even though I'm on like 3 hours of sleep. It's time for games, everyone. The games of 2025. The real shit. The moments you've all been waiting for. In my attempt to be vague on the context, I almost said the hotel episode. Very specific. Very specific, baby. Video games. I played a lot of video games this year. Some of them were even from 2025. This was a fantastic year for movies. It was a fantastic year for TV. It was a fantastic year for anime. Fantastic year for video games. Media in general, like for as bad as 2025 was in many, many, many respects, one of the best years for media in recent memory. So, let's get to it. And for this one, I am going to need my pre-written numbered list because, holy hell. Starting us off, let's do, let's do Ina Dream Barbecue, or Anna Dream Barbecue, depending on your sexual orientation. This is gonna go in B tier. It's quite good. It's just very short. It's like 2 hours long. In a Dream Barbecue is a first-person adventure game based on the YouTube series Ina, which I highly recommend. It's like a send up of old 90s like edutainment games that is very surreal, very funny, and very queer. And the Dream Barbecue is the first official game for it. It will not be the last. I believe this is an episodic game, which is good because it does not actually resolve in any particularly like satisfying way. But it is fun. It's quite good. Writing is sharp. If you like Ina, you're gonna like Dream Barbecue. It just feels like walking through a 2 hour Ina episode. So yeah, B tier for Dream Barbecue. Death Stranding 2. A tier. A tier, I'm not sure how high in A tier it's going to be. That is not me shitting on Death Stranding 2. I really enjoyed my time with Death Stranding 2. I think in many, many respects, it is better than Death Stranding 1. The story is a lot more comprehensible. It wraps up, it escalates to a point that is actually satisfying, unlike the climax of Death Stranding 1. I think the final boss of this game is the best final boss that Kojima has designed. And it's really fun to play. It's super fun to play. Delivering packages is as great as it was the first time around, and combat has been refined to a mirror sheen. So it really just kind of feels like the game that Metal Gear Solid 5 should have been mixed with the game that Death Stranding 1 was. But there's just something about it, you know? There's just something about it that makes it like it's in A tier, but there's gonna be a lot that's above it. It's a great game. I think it retreads some ground needlessly from the first game. There's a particular character who is basically just a clone of Mads Mikkelsen's character in the first game, and he's interesting in his own right, and his fights are fantastic, but he's just they don't really do anything with him that wasn't done more effectively the first time around. And it's just things like that, like a lot of repeated ideas or ideas that Kojima has used in games outside of Death Stranding more effectively. Again, this is a really good game. This is a super good game. But it's gonna be at like number 8 of my like final rankings for this. Want to grab more Ina art from that artist to keep sending a group chat and their account is deactivated? No. No. That sucks. That's very unfortunate. Speaking of no, I'm not a human. And I don't have this one written on my numbered list, so we're just gonna have to improvise. I've only played one session of this on stream, so I can only rank it based off of that. But I will play more. I'm probably going to play it as my deck acoustics test when I move, which will be next Sunday is when I move. I will play way more. Don't you worry. Just off of what I played, I'm gonna say high B tier. It's a really cool game. but I haven't experienced a lot. Like I've seen maybe like 10 survivors, and I've seen some of the game mechanics, and it really scared me. It kept me on tenterhooks. It's an it's a game about spotting your Mandela catalog alternates, basically. Like humanity is being overrun by fake people, and shit is going south real fast. Nobody can leave their houses. Didn't mean to scroll up all that way. And that's pretty much, as far as I understand, it's pretty much all it is. It's just a really compelling, mechanically driven game with the horrors. Low A for me, having beaten it twice. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it at high B. It could probably move to low A, maybe even high A, depending. You clearly didn't spot any based on that trophy. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Don't bring up the single scariest moment in perhaps any game I have played on stream. Speaking of me familia, it's Mafia: The Old Country, the game that takes place in the old country of my descent, ye old Italy. Low B tier for this one, I think. I'm gonna put it above. Actually, no, high B tier because it's a more complete experience than either of these games. At least as far as I played. No, I'm not a human. Uh, Mafia is a jank series. It's very stiff. It's very weird. It spends a lot of time making you do busy work, and you have to kind of like doing that. Like, you don't get a gun in Mafia: The Old Country for the first, I want to say, 7 hours. And I think that's great. I had a ton of fun with Mafia: The Old Country. It's just a story about this kid who gets pulled out of some mines in 1900s Italy and is rescued by the mafia, and he just works his way up. And, mafia stuff happens, and it's a pretty good story that goes places I was not expecting it to go. I'm glad it's not an open world game. It's a very, strict, linear, well paced adventure. And it also has a dedicated knife fighting system, which is always a plus. I love me some knife fighting. All of the boss fights in this game are knife fights. And the final knife fight in the game is maybe the single raddest knife fight I have ever seen in a video game. So yeah, probably the most middle of the road game I played uh, in 2025 in terms of new stuff. But it's a good middle of the road, you know? Ugh. What's next? What's next? This one hurts. I'm gonna put it C until I stop talking, and I could convince myself to put it in B. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. I see the oofs in chat. Yeah. Yep. This was the game I was most... Wait, this might have been the piece of media I was most excited for in 2025. When I was at my lowest, not to get too real here for a second, but when I was at my lowest in November of 2024, One of the things I motivated myself with was I have to live long enough to see Metroid Prime 4 release. I have been waiting on this game to exist since I was like 10. And it's fine. It's fine. It's a good game. It's good. Love you, Red. Glad you're still here. Yeah, love you too. It's good. Um, it's one of those things where I played it and I was very cognizant of the flaws with the experience, but it plays so well moment to moment. Like the gameplay is the best that Metroid Prime has ever felt. It's very tight. It's very satisfying. It's just fun to move Samus around. It's fun to navigate the environments. It's fun to fight enemies. And then I finished it, and I had a lot of criticisms about it, but I was like, oh, even still, this game is overhated. I would recommend it. 8 out of 10. And I do still think it's overhated. Like, I've seen some crazy vitriol for this game. Crazy vitriol. But Metroid fans being chronically unpleasable does not really change the fact that the more time passes and the more time I get away from beating Metroid Prime 4, the less I think about it. And that sucks. Because there are games from the start of the year that I have still, that still dominate my brain. And I beat Prime 4 like a month ago, and I struggle to remember large bits and pieces of it. I could rant endlessly about all of what this game does strange or wrong or what have you. Characters that they waste, what they do with Psylux, who has been like my white whale for a large chunk of my life, is just strange. Not even bad, I don't think, just weird. It's just weird. A lot of weird decisions. And you can tell, I think a lot of that is because of the development troubles. I don't hold it against Retro that it is what it is, but it is what it is. And that's unfortunate. And I hope, like, it leaves off in a place that has me excited for what they're going to do next, at least. Like, I think the ending is quite good. The boss fights, and particularly the final boss fight, are some of like the best in the Metroid series. I feel like I'm being too negative because there is a lot to enjoy in this game, but it's just not what I was really wanting. And I think for the next game, they should stop being cowards and let Samus speak to people when she is spoken to, so that they can tell the story that they want to tell without Samus looking like a complete sociopath. Yeah, that's all I gotta say about Prime 4. I could talk for hours about Prime 4 probably if I was gonna get into the nitty-gritty, but we don't have time. We don't have time for that. I think I'd like this more if it came out shortly after 3 as part of that collection. Me too. I think I would feel the same way. I would still think it was worse than 3, but I'm one of those freaks who thinks that Prime 3 is the second best Metroid game ever. So, yeah, do with that what you will. Lush Foil Photography Sim. This one's gonna be... You know what? I just said something's going to push Prime 4 up to low B tier. Let me just say Lush Foil Photography Sim is that thing. Uh, Lush Foil Photography Sim is exactly what it sounds like. It's a photography simulator. Playing War in the Pocket ending music over this section. Oh, goodness. Photography simulator, yes. I'm a shutterbug. Not many people, if you have not hung out with me in real life, you may not know this about me because I rarely talk about it on stream or what have you, but I'm a huge shutterbug. I'm constantly taking pictures of nature and cool buildings and just things that I see that strike me in a particularly cool way. So this is a game about wandering around in meticulous, photorealistic recreations of some of the most beautiful places on Earth and just taking pictures. And the cameras are ridiculously in depth. You can do shit with a camera in this game that I never realized you could do with a camera in real life. And it's cool. It's interesting. Problem, and the reason this is in C tier and not like high B tier or even A tier, is that the game has a lot of unlockables and collectibles and trophies and hidden goals and things like that. And normally I would not think that was a problem. With this game, I think it is really to its detriment. It locks all of its best maps behind a lot of collectible hunting. And when these maps are giant and photorealistic and you're moving at a snail's pace through them, it's really hard to find all those collectibles. And it's not really satisfying to hunt for them, in my opinion, because I didn't buy this game to do collectible hunting. I didn't buy it to do pixel hunting. I bought it to take pictures in beautiful environments, and I didn't even get to see a lot of those environments. I had to YouTube some of them because I just gave up on unlocking the last couple of maps. Becker's Worst Viewfinder? Not here, because that game came out in 2023. So yeah, that's really all that needs to be said about Lush Foil Photography Sim. It's a really good game for photography lovers, and the maps in it are exquisitely gorgeous. But it's fuck, do I wish it was just a series of already unlocked open maps that you could just walk around and take pictures in. Fuck. Like, that's all I wanted. WWE 2K25. You can thank Tara for this thumbnail. On principle, I'm going to put this in D tier. Not just because of WWE being a shitty fascist company, but because 2K25 is genuinely much worse as a game than 2K24. I would regret buying it if not for the fact that the additions it has made in 2K25 enabled some of the best streams I have ever done. Those being, of course, BWE. So I'm not ranking BWE here. I'm not ranking all the fun we've had with that. I'm ranking the single player content and the process of unlocking features and how technically polished it is, etc., etc. And in all those respects, it's just mediocre to bad. You can't get rid of me, dweeb. Hi, Vi. The last thing I want to do is get rid of you. That's why we did that whole rigmarole, didn't we? You ever try Wrestling Revolution? It's a pretty good wrestling sim for dumb stuff. I've seen a lot of people talk about Wrestling Revolution lately, probably because they want a serious alternative for WWE 2K games. I will check it out. I have not done any serious checking out of it, but I will check it out, definitely. So yeah, as a game, putting that in D tier. Next up, Death Drive. This is going to go in low C tier, I think. Man, I miss No, I'm Not Human. I didn't have a ton to say about No, I'm Not Human because I've only played one single session of it, so don't worry, Vi. You didn't miss a ton. Death Drive is an interesting little game. It's a short experience made. I forget how exactly Quiet Shy is involved here. I think she wrote it. I want to say she either wrote it or she directed it. I can never remember which. Quiet Shy being a really fun YouTuber lady and also the sort of host of the Adeptus Ridiculous podcast. Death Drive is a visual novel about going on a road trip with a really hot goth lady, and weird shit happens along the way. it's not all that scary. Nothing really strikingly impressive happens, I think. I played through it a couple times just to see all the different variations of things that can happen. And it's interesting. It is interesting. It's an experience, I would say. But there's just not a whole lot on the bone. The best part is the goth lady you're driving with. She's the only character who is voiced, and she is voiced by God. I can never remember. I feel I need to name her because she's actually quite a like famous actress, and she does a really good job. I can't find her right now. I'll find it later. You can look it up for yourself if you want it. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, we're hitting some bangers here. Okay, I need to get some others out of the way. The Great Villainess Strategy of Lily. S tier. Probably low S tier, but definitely S tier. This is a strategy RPG about a lesbian couple who are fighting tyranny, and it's really well designed, it's super compelling, it's super addictive. It's one of the few games I can think of where I would just sit down and do nothing but play it basically all day. Uh it's so satisfying. The narrative is simple, but the characters are so lovable, and it like sticks to its guns on its message of social revolution more than I like many Japanese games that have done similar things in my experience. Like, oh god, hold on, what's going on here? The cursors are a little wonky. There we go. You're not gonna. So you know how Persona kind of winks at we should overthrow the government for unjust social reasons, but then kind of cowards out of that because collectivism and the squeaky nail gets the hammer or what have you. Vague posting about P5, no longer vague posting. Yeah, no. This game. All I will say is I think the people who made this game were laughing their asses off when Shinzo Abe got doohickeyd. And it comes through. It's no bullshit, revolutionary, centers its queer characters and themes in ways that made me really, really happy and were really, really cathartic. And on the back of that is one of the most fun strategy games I've ever played. So yeah, sterling recommendation. Think everybody's wrong about P5's message? I could be. I haven't played P5. I'm just talking shit. I'm just a hater. I'll get to Royal eventually. But yeah. No, Great Villainess, great game. Ghost of Yotei. I'm playing this one right now. I'm not done with it, but I played so much of it that I felt the need to rank it. A tier. Solid A tier. Top of the A tier, I think. It's Ghost of Tsushima again, but you're playing as a lady this time, which automatically makes it better. And you're going on a Kill Bill-esque non-linear revenge quest, which is very appealing. And I quite liked Ghost of Tsushima, and I quite like Ghost of Yotei, and I'm having a ton of fun with it. So that's about it. How do you rank it compared to the first one? Well, I'm like halfway through Yotei, I think, or getting near to it. Unless I've drastically misjudged this game's length. I think Tsushima does some really interesting things with Jin's character and like his decline of morality and the overwhelming oppressive force of the Mongol invasion that Yotei can't really do because its main enemy force is a bandit faction, more or less. And Atsu, the main girl, is already quite uh, versed in violence and dishonor. Playing as a lady made it better. See, this is why we're taking. uh, love you, dork. Yeah. Right now, I think there are still a lot of things that Tsushima does a little bit better than Yotei, but there are also quite a few things that Yotei does better than Tsushima, and I'm gonna have to figure out which of them I like more when I see where Yotei ends, because Tsushima has a fucking strong ending, and I hope Yotei can live up to it. Versed in Violence sounds like a great title. Hell yeah, I'm a writer. Dispatch. Quite possibly the biggest surprise of this year. I had no faith that this was going to be any good. And it is, in fact, any good. We're gonna actually rank this. Oh god, Ghost of Yotei wasn't on the numbered list either. Oh god, it's all falling apart. Hi, you know what? I'll keep it right there for now. Another buy win lots this year. True. Dispatch maybe dive hard back into AO3. It is that kind of game, isn't it? It's a return to form for Telltale, despite not being made by Telltale, being made by ex-Telltale people. It's a really fun superhero story. It's narratively not much more than that. You kind of got to know what you're getting into, but as a subversive workplace comedy with a really, really lovable cast of characters, it dug its hooks into me and it didn't let go. I think the bar fight and the housewarming party in Dispatch are two of my favorite scenes in a game in 2025. Dispatch is a game made specifically for bottoms. You shush. You hush now. Surprised by how funny the game was? You're blind forever. Yeah, it's great, and I can't wait for more. It's just really good. Invisigal for life. If you romanced Blonde Blazer, you're a fucking sucker. Sorry for saying that. I wish it wasn't true. I really wish you got what you wanted, but you're a sucker. I went for both Lamau. I wish I could go for both and have it be a like seriously developed thing. Because hey, I don't know if I've been talking about it too much this stream, but hey, I really like poly stuff. Anyway, yeah, Dispatch good. Dispatch very good. I'm boring and always pick the basic option, quote Becca. How about I pick the option that is obviously going to have more narrative weight and focus? Obviously. Sucks to suck. Silent Hill F. Speaking of things that don't suck, we're gonna put Silent Hill F right at the top A tier. Right at the top. It's the best Silent Hill game since Silent Hill 3. Bar none, and the only competition is the remake of 2 that I also really enjoyed. Silent Hill F, I'll be right up front. Those of you who watched my streams of it know that I have big problems with the structure of it. I think it gets very tedious by your 4th replay, and there's not a lot of value added. Like, 2nd and 3rd, yes, by the time you get to number 4, you kind of exhausted a lot of what it has to offer. But it's still worth it for the bits and pieces of new stuff, and then the ending is incredible. Because yes, the story of Silent Hill F Boy, howdy. Feminist horror at its absolute best. And it explores some things. I'm going to keep it vague, obviously, because you learn a lot with each ending that drastically makes you reevaluate your picture of the game. But it goes into some subjects and themes and broad character ideas that I have never seen a horror game explore before. And it's so good at doing that. It's good enough at doing that it made me power through the tedium of replaying a game that is not very short 4 times on stream. I will do Higurashi Vi. I'm playing Higurashi on and off. I know you're watching the anime. I imagine that's great. I like to read the visual novels before I watch their adaptations. So yeah, Silent Hill F, banger, best horror game of the year. Oh, now's where we're gonna get some shenanigans. We'll start with 100 Line. So, because I have not beaten this one either. Except I've also beaten it 3 times. I've seen the credits roll 3 times on full-length visual novel routes, and I still have quite a few to go. 100 Line's gonna go above Great Villainess. It's giving me all of the things I love about Danganronpa and none of the bad parts about Danganronpa. The strategy gameplay is super fun. The story is incredibly enticing. It's stacked on so many mysteries and done such a great job juggling them, and also juggling many different genres and wildly disparate story arcs that I can only compare it to 13 Sentinels in scope. It's everything I wanted it to be and more, and I'm obsessed with it, and it's taking all of my willpower to not just constantly play it and see more of what it has to offer. And when I beat it, when I've seen all 100 endings, because I am going for all 100 endings. I wasn't going to initially, but once it really got its hooks into me, I was like, I need to see everything in this game. Uh, it stands a decent chance of retroactively becoming my game of the year. That's how good it is. 100 Line, Last Defense Academy. Oh, fucking Christ. Oh, fucking Christ. Here we go. This one's gonna make people mad. Tsubasa, my goat. Fuck yeah, Vi. We're on the same wavelength. That's why we're dating. Okay. So chapter 3 and chapter 4 of Deltarune are here separately, alright? And I'm going to judge them separately, even though they release together. Because it's more interesting that way, and I have unique thoughts about both of them. So Deltarune chapter 3, I'm going to put in S tier. No, fuck. Hang on. Not game of the year. You get out of there, Tenna. Get the fuck out of there, attention whore. If I had a gun to my head, can be for real. Deltarune chapter 4 is my game of the year. Oh, we'll get to chapter 4. We'll get to chapter 4. Chapter 3 has a ton to it. It's very similar to chapter 2 in that regard. It's mostly goofy antics, but there's so many secrets and strange things and darkness boiling under the surface. And it's one of those things where I beat it and I was like, yeah, it was quite good. I am excited for chapter 4 to take place tomorrow. And then I started hearing people freak out about, hey, did you see this shit? Did you see such and such hidden game? Did you see this boss? Did you see this interaction? Did you see this scene, this Easter egg, etc., etc.? And overwhelming amount of hidden content. And it's all really, really interesting and really scary. Yeah, absolutely the scariest chapter, Lieutenant. Um, I rank this one like lower than a lot of other games because big parts of it are spent playing a Legend of Zelda 1 clone, and I don't really like playing the first Legend of Zelda. Uh, it does not appeal to me at all, so some of those sections were a little bit tedious to go through. But it's immaculate. It's a masterpiece. Oh, but can I put Chapter 3 above Silent Hill F? Really? Mm, I'm gonna take advantage of the fact they're ranked separately. I'm gonna put Chapter 3 in A tier. It's amazing. Don't get me wrong. I fucking love Deltarune Chapter 3. No, you know what? No, no. We're gonna make this right. Put Silent Hill F in S tier and put Deltarune where it belongs. Deltarune cannot be outside of S tier. I second and third guess myself immediately. Great character moments, great. It's hilarious as always. It's more Deltarune. Meanwhile, Chapter 4, a completely different beast. Power of Tobias to complete with Silent Hill F with a single chapter. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm a. When Deltarune is done, there's a good chance it becomes my favorite like RPG of all time as a complete package. It's gonna be in my top 10, absolutely. Chapter 4 of Deltarune. What do we say about Chapter 4 of Deltarune? It's the best chapter of Deltarune. It's the most dramatic chapter of Deltarune. It's the most intense chapter of Deltarune. Crazy shit goes on. It feels like the story really, really kicks into high gear in Chapter 4. Um, Revelations abound. The gang gets pushed to their absolute limits in ways that are really emotional and really tested me specifically. Um, the secret boss in Chapter 4 is the only secret boss of these games that I have found myself, and I'm so happy I did, because it's one of those things that I cannot believe is not mandatory to do. It feels so important for the character arcs at play that, and it's also just a really great fight. It's so fun. It's maybe my favorite Toby Fox boss fight. I'm gonna put Deltarune Chapter 4 right here. It's so damn good. It's my favorite thing Toby Fox has made. And it doesn't quite beat 100 Lion because 100 Lion's so fucking good. You know what? For loyalty. Loyalty's sake. Oh, fucking. Fucking. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Christ. Oh, God. No, okay. We're sticking to our guns here. We're sticking to our guns. Da 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 da. Time for the part that's gonna make the most people mad. Wow, we're 11:20 already. This has gone on for quite a while. I didn't think I would have that much to say. I hope this has been a good time thus far, because that good time is about to end. I'm sorry. I'm a filthy centrist. I cannot choose. The entire point of picking a game of the year on a tier list has been soiled. Polly answer, shut up. God damn it. It's so zoomed out, I thought game of the year actually said sorry. True cowardice, yes. So I cannot pick. I truly can't. At many points of the year, if you asked me, I would have said Claire Obscure. Absolutely, clearly. No contest. At other points, I would have said Silk Song. These are both once in a lifetime games. Not just once in a generation, once in a lifetime games. Claire Obscure is so incredibly unique and new and inventive and constantly surprising and emotionally rich and dense and intoxicating. And it's so much fun to play. And Silk Song is, I think it's the best Metroidvania ever. And it's so like rich to explore and pick apart, and every little thing about it has been polished to perfection over the course of its ridiculous development cycle. And Hornet is perfect. She feels great to play. She's a really charming character. I love Metroidvania protagonists who can speak. Hint, hint, hint. I can't choose. I truly can't. If either of these games was mutually exclusive, like if Claire Obscure was the 2024 game of the year or the 2026 game of the year, no question, Silk Song would be my 2025 game of the year. If Silk Song came out last year or this or year before last year, Jesus Christ, 2026, or it came out in 2026, then Claire Obscure will be my game of the year, no question. As is, they're tied. They're both tied, and I'm sorry. Says person who never played Castlevania. I'm gonna assume this is a dig at me saying it's the best Metroidvania. You're right. I have not played a Castlevania. I'm gonna stick by what I just said because it's fun to say. And like I said, I hope people get mad. I brought in people to get mad. So here we go. This is my game of the year. This is my games ranking of 2025. And thus, we have ranked all of the new media of 2025 that I consumed. And we had a good time. And everything was fine. But you may be wondering, you may be asking yourselves, what is this? Because I didn't just consume new media, you see, in 2025. This is everything else I consumed in 2025. Now, before you go looking at that clock and thinking, I got places to be, we're gonna do this. I deliberately made this as unappealing and dumb as possible. You saw Viewfinder. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did, Lieutenant. So we're gonna do this as a lightning round where I'm going to do the Versus Wolves type thing and just rank books and podcasts and movies and games, etc., all against each other, willy-nilly, in no particular order. I'll talk about each one for maybe like 10 to 30 seconds, unless I have something really profound to say about it, and then we're gonna fucking move on. So, gonna be honest, I was expecting life experiences tier list. That would be a good idea. It would have been mostly consumed by times I have spent with Vi or Terra. and those would be really weird to rank. I guess starting HRT, you can argue, is an S tier. It's pretty cool, pretty neat. So yeah, let's get started on this dumb shit, shall we? What's up? What's up first? I also had Tara is the one who put together this list for me based off the media that I sent her, and she mixed it all up. So I have no idea like what I'm going to encounter as I go in order. Is HRT above or below Silk Song? Oh, oh my god. All right. First of all, Spirited fucking Away. The Studio Ghibli classic. I watched this for the first time. I didn't put in B. I put things in B tier sometimes so I can scroll up properly. We're gonna need to do a lot of that because it's a big fucking list. Actually, if I position it like right here, I can grab some from the top. Yes, Spirited Away. Watch this with a movie night with my friends. I have not seen any Studio Ghibli movies outside of the ones that I have watched somewhat recently with friends. And Spirited Away, it's good. It's as good as everyone says. It's one of the best like animated adventures ever. Perfect. It's a great movie. That's it. That's it. That watch feels more distant. I thought it was more distant. I thought it was 2024, but I looked at the dates that I set all my movie nights in Letterboxd, and this was like February 2025. This year has just felt like 1,000 years. Anyway, next up, speaking of Studio Ghibli movies, Whisper of the Heart. This is better than Spirited Away. Fight me. Punch me behind Walmart. Whisper of the Heart resonated with me as a writer, and is a really touching and sweet movie. It will not be the last movie I describe that way on this list, but this is currently, I think, my favorite Studio Ghibli movie. Meet me in the Waffle House parking lot ass statement. Oh fuck, it's Viewfinder. I'm gonna be generous. I'm gonna be very, very kind, and I'm gonna give Viewfinder a C tier. It's going to be a low C tier though. Justice for Kate. Fuck. What a game. One of the strangest stream series I have done. Fantastic gimmick that it like the gimmick is the only reason this is not in D tier, and it is wasted on its puzzles and especially its story. Justice for Kate, indeed. Imposter Factory. I saw the end and the sheer disdain in your voice was really funny. Oh, thank you. I'm glad my suffering entertained you. Imposter Factory. This is the third game in the To the Moon series. To the Moon is my shit. If I had to describe one single game franchise as my shit, it is To the Moon. To the Moon is the first game that ever made me cry, and every entry since then has made me cry further, and there will be another one on this list, just you wait. Imposter Factory is number 3 on this list in the series. It's a weird one. It's a very strange entry. It's very different from the other ones, and in some ways it disappointed me a little bit, but that was when I thought it was going to be the last game in the series. And once I found out there was going to be 2 more games, I was like, oh, this is actually a really good middle entry. This actually does a lot for the series. So, yeah, A tier for Imposter Factory. Other Side Picnic. This is the manga that I am ranking. Friends and good art make life worth it. Indeed. I agree, Evie. Other Side Picnic. Manga is going to go in upper A tier. This is a manga that I really, really love about a fucking trash fire lesbian college student. disaster human being. Uh, and the girl she has a crush on going to essentially Area X from Annihilation and fighting monsters and exploring and doing science. And the monsters are based on Japanese internet urban legends, and they're really cool. And it's just a ton of fun to read. If that premise sounds like a good time, that's all the sell you need. You can read the light novels. I think the first light novel is a bit amateurish in its writing, but it's hard to separate that from just how weird the main girl's inner monologue is supposed to be. And the rest of them are quite good. The manga is fantastic. The anime's fine. It's fine. Would highly recommend the light novels or the manga. It's one of my favorite manga that's going right now. What is this? Oh shit! Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance. This sounds sick as hell. It is sick as hell. I think you would really like it, Posthumus. Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance. The Vengeance trilogy is in fact on this list because Versus Wolves inspired me to finally watch it. And I'm going to be a little controversial here. Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance? B tier. No other choice by the same director is great. Yeah, I that's one of those movies that I have not yet watched, and I really, really want to watch it. I will watch it soon. So to explain, before people freak out at me too much, Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance is a great movie that is dwarfed by both of the movies that follow it, and it has a problem where I don't know if this is just a me thing, but there's a certain threshold of pure misery where I just start laughing. Because it sort of becomes a comedy of errors almost in how bad things get. And unlike in, say, Old Boy, which will also be on this list, I don't think it does enough to temper the sheer badness with, like, super interesting character motivation or things like that. So yeah, Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance, it's a classic, but I gotta put it in B tier just cuz. Yes, Posthumus. Solve climate change with Gen AI is in fact the climax of Viewfinder. It's not meant to be the climax of Viewfinder, but that is the message they sort of pass on. Lady Vengeance. Oh, interesting. We're doing Lady Vengeance before Old Boy. I see. This one's going in fucking S tier for sure. Lady Vengeance is one of my favorite movies that I watched last year. I think I'll put it below Whisper of the Heart, but it's S tier for sure. Lady Vengeance is the final installment of the trilogy. It's about a lady with a really elaborate revenge plan, and it's good. It's really, really good. It's super watchable. Everything that the director learned over the course of making those movies is on full display there. It's peak. Like I said, we're gonna keep it quick now. We've done 7 titles in 4 minutes. We're never making it through this list alive. Undead Unluck. This is one of those things that I am putting on here. It was an ongoing thing that I was following for quite a few years, but it ended this year. This is one of my favorite battle shonen. It's undead dude who can endlessly regenerate from damage, and lady whose superpower / curse is that horrible luck befalls anyone she touches. It starts off bad. The first couple chapters and episodes are bad. Once you get past the sexual harassment, it becomes not just an incredibly compelling and original and wildly inventive battle shonen, with one of the craziest bits of world building I've ever seen, and a super strong cast of characters, including, I'm going to say it, the best cast of women in Shonen Jump. Straight up, Fuko, the main girl, my favorite, not just my favorite woman in Shonen Jump, but my favorite main protagonist in Shonen Jump, and she is the main protagonist, despite Undead Dude being on the front of the cover. But also a really compelling romance that is allowed to develop. Imagine that. Imagine letting your romantic leads develop. It's crazy. Once you get past the sexual harassment, yeah, no, it's bad at first. It's like Dawn to Dawn. But like I would say Dawn to Dawn is actually much worse in that regard. Rita Kanebanashi. Hey, guess what is going to be further down on the list? Star Pressure. Guess what? I'm way ahead of you. I'm playing 5D chess. What the fuck is this? Oh, Last Wish. The Witcher. The first Witcher book. I started the Witcher series this year and only have read the first book thus far because my friend Joe told me to read it. Endlessly pestered me to read it. Yeah, it's good. It's an anthology book. I kind of have a hard time reading anthology books sometimes because it bothers me to constantly reset my pace and get invested in an entirely new story. Last Wish was a quite engaging time, and I'm gonna put it in upper B tier. It's great fantasy that has aged surprisingly well for how old it is. Space Marine 2, fucking putting Space Marine 2 above Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance feels like a war crime, doesn't it? But I'm gonna do it because I love war crimes. High B tier for sure. This is the most high B tier game like that I've played in a long time. Great time streaming it with my dear buddy Duke, with whom I am going to resume streaming Tomb Raider 2 soon. Great little window into the 40k franchise. I wish it wasn't about Space Marines. I wish it wasn't about Ultramarines. I wish Chaos was interesting at all, etc., etc. That's all I gotta say about that. Oh dear God, Tara, you have I hope you did this intentionally because this hurts my very soul that you did this. When you picked out this thumbnail, you chose the Spike Lee reboot of Old Boy, or Spike Lee remake of Old Boy, rather. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. I brick to the solar plexus. I'm gonna look like such an asshole when I put this on the fucking tier list pictures and spread it around. People are gonna think I'm ranking the. Oh my god. Saved it as original and then changed it because I realized I had the opportunity to do something very funny, and that's why I'm dating you, babe. But Jesus fucking Christ. Listen, this is the original Old Boy we're rating here, and the original Old Boy, as soon as I watched it, became one of my favorite movies of all time. It does everything perfect. It's ridiculously compelling from start to finish. I went in fully spoiled knowing what the villain's plan was, because you kind of can't not, and it still gutted me when it played out. The villain is one of the best movie villains in general. Like I forget his name, but the dude is he's God's perfect hater, and I love haters who dedicate their entire lives to hating. Great censorship job, by the way. Tara, speaking of thumbnail work, great job. I don't even think there was anything lewd in this thumbnail. I think her boobs were covered. I know her cock is covered. Hard-coded. We're gonna move on from Old Boy to hard-coded. And this is fucking the most demented thing I could possibly do. I'm gonna put hard-coded right under Old Boy.
Oh, goodness me. I've talked about this on stream a couple of times, and I've talked about this extensively to my friends. Hard Coded is a cyberpunk trans lewd game. Very, very extremely lewd game. That is on this list because I think it is the best piece of trans art that I have ever experienced. And I've never felt more seen by a piece of media in that respect than I have playing it. And the climax of it, of the story, contains no lewd stuff whatsoever. It's just a couple hours of incredibly intense and compelling drama that made me read it from start to finish with like rapid breathing and sweaty palms and like struggling not to cry. And it's really fucking good. I think about the ending pretty much every day, and I'm probably going to think about the ending for as long as I shall live. So yeah, Evie asked, "Remind me, does it let you exclusively friends with benefits everyone so I can be an Arrow Queen?" Yes, yeah, friends with benefits is the entire setup. It's poly friends with benefits. Rapid breathing and sweaty palms, huh? Shut up. Oh, oh God. What a thing to put immediately after hard coded. Thanks, Tara. Thanks, babe. You're really slapping the back of my head here. Mistakes were made by Meryl Wilsner. This is the first, not the first book we're ranking on the list. I already ranked Last Wish, but this is probably my book of the year of last year, even though it didn't come out last year. And when I say the premise out loud, you're going to take me for some kind of fool or charlatan or perhaps even a pervert. Because this book is a romance novel about a college girl who goes cruising in a lesbian bar and has a one-night stand with a hot MILF who turns out to be her best friend's mom. And that's the start of the story. And the drama unfolds from there. And it is agonizingly cute. You have instantly sold me on this. By the way, babe. Oh yeah, you would love it, Vi. You would absolutely love it. I think Brandy would probably love it too. It's a really good age gap romance. It's a really good romance in general. It's super like sweet, interesting sapphic fluff that made my heart go all spinny. And for that, I will give it A tier. Ura horror. Upper C tier. This is just a collection of short horror films by the dude who made Noroi the Curse and Occult, which are super good horror movies. Ura horror is a little bit of a mixed bag. The scary segments are really scary. The wonky segments are really wonky. You can find the whole thing for free on YouTube if you're curious about it. It takes like 50 minutes to watch. It's interesting. What was the title again? Sorry, filling out reports. The title of the book was Mistakes Were Made by Meryl Wilsner. Next, Proximate, or as the thumbnail would indicate, Roxamat. I streamed this game. If you were there for that stream, that was an unforgettable stream. This is a horror game where the gimmick is that you can't see anything. You're experiencing the world through a VR headset, sort of, that just gives you words for what you're looking at. And you just navigate the environment based on words. And it's horrifying. It's really unsettling. It's super short, but super emotionally effective. I was not expecting to get, like, actually really good trans drama out of an undersea cosmic horror game, but I did, and it's yeah, super good. I'm actually gonna give it this spot here. I keep pushing Imposter Factory down. This probably makes it look like I don't love it all that much. It's really good. It's just there's a lot of things that were better than it, which is not something I can say about the other To the Moon thing that will be on here. The Outwaters is a found footage horror movie, cosmic horror movie that is interesting. It's about a band that goes into the desert and records a music video in the desert, and then shit happens to them that is beyond comprehension. And it's kind of skinnamarink-y in the sense that it's either going to really work for you or really not. I don't like it nearly as much as I like Skinamarink. Skinamarink would be S tier if I were rating it, but I watched it, in 2024. I think I admire the ambition, but I can't give it much higher than a C tier. The Summer, a very descriptive thumbnail. I think I probably should have been clearer about what movie this was when I was giving this to you, Tara. But yeah, this is I think it's a Korean Yuri thing. Fact check that real quick. I want to say it's South Korean. It's a South Korean anime, right? Laptop, please. No, I don't want anime from summer season. The summer. 2023. Yeah, okay. Yeah, South Korean. Very good. Like 50-minute film about two girls who meet in college and fall in love and stick together, and it's their romance as they get through adulthood and encounter new tribulations that they weren't expecting to encounter, and it's just a really real emotional exploration of a lesbian romance that's treated with all of the gravity and normalcy of any other romance. So yeah, Summer, I'm gonna give it we'll say high B tier because it's very short. It's very short, but it did work its magic on me. Death Race 2000. Oh my god, how many more of these we have to get through? Actually, we've gone through a good chunk in shorter time than I thought we would. I will be quick about the next couple. I will try. Death Race 2000, super funny movie, old action movie, satire. Don't watch the modern or 2000s. Don't watch Death Race 2000. Don't watch Death Race parentheses 2000. We have so much left to get through, Becky. Well, it's a good thing I did this on Saturday, huh? Sorry, we're closed. I really loved streaming this game, and not many people watched me stream it until the very end, which kind of bummed me out. But, great time. Really great time. Just wall-to-wall queer. Sort of horror, not really scary, but like a survival horror type experience anyway. They will never understand Party Rat. True, 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 true. Party Rat will live in infamy forever. Yeah, sorry we're closed. Great time. Get those Party Rats in chat. Infamy, you know what he did. When's Party Rat's next match, by the way? When he gets out of federal prison. We're trying to negotiate that right now. This forgive me for being a fucking sap here, but I'm gonna rank this one. I'm also gonna search out the sequel here so I can talk about them back to back. This game is called, I'm gonna read out the full title here. It requires reading. Yuki's palpitating, passionate, phenomenal, and quite frankly proficient quest for a hot girlfriend. And it is a game, it's a semi-satirical visual novel about a girl named Yuki who really wants a hot girlfriend. And you know what? More power to you, Yuki. And it's not all that's like, it's not all that special for most of it. But then it decides, hey, she's actually gonna get 3 hot girlfriends, and they're gonna do the polycule thing. And then I was like, okay, that's cool. It's fluff for me. That's catnip for Becky. And then I played the sequel, which I will find right here. Yes, it's called Scheme. I will gradually escort that up to the top. Scheme, aka this also requires reading. Spica, Chinatsu, and Haruka's enchanting, marvelous, and quite frankly elaborate quest to save their cute girlfriend. Yes, the titles are jokes. The titles are the joke. But unlike Yuki's, which is like straight up parody for most of it, it has a couple of really sincere scenes, but it's mostly jokey jokes. Scheme actually like goes pretty in depth on the like way that a 4-way relationship works and is super sweet in that regard. And there's a lot of really cute interactions, and it's very sincere. And it's still like got jokey jokes. It's still like not tonally all that dissimilar from Yuki's, but it's a much, much better game. And yeah, that was also one of the important steps of my journey this past year. Next, I'm gonna hold off on ranking this one actually until we have a couple of the books in the series together, because I think it'll be odd otherwise. So what do we have next? Big Trouble in Little China. Another very famous movie that I did not watch until last year. One of the funnier movie nights with my friends that has taken place. John Carpenter, action comedy classic. Kurt Russell in maybe his funniest performance ever. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. It's a really hard movie to describe seriously because you just watch it and it's absurd and it's great. Big Trouble in Little China. I'm gonna put it right here. Yeah. Doing this. We're doing this. We're getting through it. We're getting through it. I'm sorry it took so much time on anime. Ju-on The Grudge, the original The Grudge. I've seen the American The Grudge a million times. I've never seen the Japanese original. It's scary as shit. It's really good. Put it right here. Fuck it. The fuck is... Oh, fuck me. It's Victory Gundam. Fuck this. Victory Gundam F tier. Fuck this. Hey. Hey, Pachi, did you pop in just for fucking Victory Gundam? It is not going in S tier. No. I can't put something with that much child molestation in S tier. It's bad. It's a bad Gundam. It's bad Gundam. It sucks. It was miserable to watch. It had its moments, but it was mostly just really boring and stupid. It's animated well, at least. There's that. Oh, hey, Occult. This is by the guy I just talked about, the Noroi the Curse dude. Or a horror dude. Occult. A movie about a mass stabbing survivor who fucking goes crazy and the strange things that are happening around him. One of the better movies I watched by myself this past year, I think I'm gonna put it right here. The ending to a cult is it's not great. It's an ambitious idea that I respect. It does kind of drag the impact down. However, it's a horrifying enough concept that I think it just about skates. Rocky Horror Picture Show, I would be fucking. I'm a trans girl who is now in a relationship with 3 women. I would be dishonest with my spirit if I put it any lower than mid S tier. I said 4 because it's a 4-way like thing, and I keep mixing up the numbers in my head. Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'd somehow never seen it. I've seen like little bits and pieces of it. I don't know if there has ever been a more perfect character casting than Tim Curry as Dr. Frankenfurter. Because holy fucking god, if you put anybody else in that role, the movie would be unwatchable. And Tim Curry, like, makes that character a fucking sex god who is perfect. Unproblematic fave, exactly. And the music is incredible, but like it's one of the most quoted musicals out there. You know that. Speaking of transes, Hellraiser 2022. Uh, it's a Hellraiser movie. I watched it entirely because Pinhead in that movie is played by a very, very, very attractive trans woman with a very, very, very good voice, and she's the best part of it. I don't think she's in enough of it. She's mostly in the back half of it. And she's very good when she's there, but for the most part, it's kind of just a Hellraiser movie. And I'm not super into Hellraiser, so yeah, I can't give it much higher than like upper C. Hellraiser ain't in the Hellraiser movie? Well, Pinhead's not the Hellraiser. The Hellraiser is the people who are playing the game. They're raising hell. Rebecca, would you rate Katagina Loose as an S tier separate from Victory Gundam? I think I would rate me kicking you out of a window for saying that as an S tier on the life experiences tier list. Butterfly Kisses. This is a movie that basically asks the question, could you make the Blair Witch Project in modern day and have it still work the way it did back then? And the answer is actually quite interesting. It's a very good little horror movie. Got some spooks in it. Fun time. Good watch. Guardians of the Galaxy, is that volume 3? I think volume 3 is the one. Yeah. I watched volume 3 the first time last year. Good ass MCU movie. It's probably the last MCU movie I'm going to go out of my way to watch for a very long time. Because it's the last like arc that I really cared about. And it's great. James Gunn rarely misses, in my estimation. Put it right here. You keep skipping whatever Sabat Martyr is. That's because I'm waiting for a couple of other like. It's a series of books that I'm waiting to like rank all at once because I don't want to spend too much time on it. Oh god, dry throat. I think this is the most I've talked for a stream in a very long time. Platform 8. It's like it's the Exit 8 spiritual successor or spin-off, but it's in a subway. I streamed it for a little while. I was mostly confused. There was some really scary stuff that happened, but I was mostly just confused about like how to make progress. Low to mid C tier. Versus the Exit 8, which would like probably get an A based on just how innovative it was. Normal man will not appear in Avengers Doomsday. No, the casting money was simply not enough for him. Okay, where's the first season of Kaiji? Because I'm not gonna rank Against All Rules before I rank Ultimate Survivor. That would be fucking ridiculous. There it is. Okay, so Kaiji is the definitive death game anime, more or less. Dude who is broke, on his ass, down on his luck, has to gamble in life or death gambles to, be the ultimate survivor. Uh, it's incredible. It's incredible. It reaches a point where I was stuck in this situation with Kaiji, and I could not stop watching until I knew that he was going to be okay, and I ended up watching like 13 episodes in a row, which I never do. I never do that. I never binge anything, but it was just so goddamn suspenseful that I could not stop. Looking forward to the planned watch of this? Same, Evie, same. And then Against All Rules is the sequel season. I don't think it's as good as Ultimate Survivor. I think Ultimate Survivor is an incredibly well-rounded piece in a way that Against All Rules just kind of isn't. But it is still S tier. I'm going to put it like below Lady Vengeance. It spends a little bit too much time on an evil pachinko machine. Conscript. I dropped this one, so I can't in good conscience rate it like... No, I respect it more than I respect Viewfinder. We're gonna put it right here. This was a World War I horror game that I streamed a couple times, and I enjoyed it at first, but then it just kind of wasn't a lot happening, and it was very tedious and very hard to make progress, and the maps were very big and confusing and slow, and it does a great job of emulating World War I and how much it fucking sucks to be in World War I. I really admire that. It's a great artistic vision, and I think it's executed very well, but it's just not all that fun to play. Quick asks, is this a new mic? You sound just a touch different than last stream. When I do, so I'm streaming on my deck right now. When I do my deck, it's a little bit clearer because I'm streaming through OBS versus when I stream on PS5, it's just straight native PS5 streaming. Anyway, moving on. We got so many to get through. In a Violent Nature. This is basically a Friday the 13th movie, but shot from the perspective of the killer. It's mostly the Jason Voorhees XP walking slowly through the forest in an art housey kind of way. If that sounds like your speed, then you already know whether you will like it or not. I liked it. I didn't love it. It did some things that really kind of annoyed me, but it was a good experience, and I am glad that I did it. Okay, Queequeg, congratulations. I said somebody was going to be got by this, and you got. Tara is the one who put this list together for me based on the media that I gave her, and this is supposed to be classic Old Boy, and she decided to put in the remake poster because it would make me look like an asshole. Anyway, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. It's the best Tomb Raider game in quite a long while. Quite a long while. Quite a long while. It's... Don't listen to what Pat said about it. He was very harsh on it on the podcast. If you listened to CSB where he talked about it, he didn't play much of it. He didn't give it a fair shake. I'm gonna say Shadow of the Tomb Raider goes right here. Maybe right here. It's really fun. You can play Lara as a complete demon, viciously murdering dudes. There's no torture porn in it except what she inflicts on others. And it's really good. It's really fun. Without Shadow of the Tomb Raider, we wouldn't have gotten the Laura lesbian arc in the show. That's true. That is true. Cure, 1997. Classic Japanese horror thriller about a detective hunting for a dude who can hypnotize people into committing horrible murders. I liked it. I liked it quite a bit. I didn't like. It's super good. I would give it like 4 stars, maybe 4.5. But it's one of those movies I'm probably never gonna watch again. Not because it's like not great. It is great, but just kind of wasn't quite all that I wanted it to be. But it is really good. That's a you issue, Becky. Okay, hold on. I need to look at some things real quick. I'm actually all right. I'm gonna push Space Marine back behind In a Violent Nature. This looks better to me. How are you putting Occult above Cure? Because I really liked Occult, man. Even though Occult was it ended kind of silly. What is happening to the stream? I knew something would make people freak out. I knew something would make people freak out. I knew. Yeah, it's a fantastic. I guess the best way to boil it down is it is a fantastically well made film that I just didn't have super strong feelings about by the end. You know, like it's a classic for a reason. I absolutely admire it, but I watched it and I was like, yeah, that's good. That's a good one. I'm joking, by the way. It's in low A tier. I'm partially joking. I do not actually have a lot of strong emotions about Cure, but it is like it's masterfully well made. You didn't think the ending of Mr. Vengeance was at least worthy of an A? I didn't. It's a great ending, but yeah. Gonna head out. You have a good night, Beckers. Good night, Sax. Thank you for sticking with this hellish horror show. Oh, hold on. Shit. Oh no. Dropped the bottle cap across the room, and my headphones are plugged in. Oh god. Okay. Crisis averted. Girls are watching. Oh no. She's got the black lung. Okay. All right. What are we doing? What are we doing next? And Queequeg, you may be noticing that I have left Sabat Martyr conspicuously unranked for a couple of entries. I'm waiting until I can see a couple of others for that. What is this? Is this Suicide Squad? Yeah, this is Suicide Squad 2021. Thought it was Peacemaker for a second. We're gonna put this? Where are we gonna put this? I really enjoyed this. I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I was going to. It's just really fun. Possibly Gunn's best movie. I wouldn't disagree. There's a case to be made. It's a ton of fun. but where do I put it? That's the question, because like it's a ton of fun. It did have an emotional impact on me, but not as much as a lot of other things on this list. I'll put it right under Big Trouble in Little China. That feels spiritually correct. Is Sabat Martyr just on their its own, or is it representative of the Gaunt's Ghost stories you read as a whole? I have 4 Gaunt's Ghost books in here, because they're all very different in my opinions, and I'm gonna talk about them for like 10 seconds each when I get to them. So make sure like it's not one of the last ones. Okay, yeah. Kill 2023 Indian action movie that I am imminently planning on taking several people through, because like, oh my god, it's really good. It's not particularly deep or surprising, but it's a really good action movie. I'm gonna say bottom of A tier. And it's just a bunch of bandits in India board a train and try to rob it, and things go wrong. And it's the John Wick movie on a train, right? More or less, yeah. I really just like how it flows and how it plays out. And there's a particular moment almost halfway through where it actually shocked me to the point where I was like, okay, fucking fantastic. Good job, movie. You got me. So yeah, Kill. Oh, Red Rooms. Red Rooms is going in fucking S tier, for sure. This is a movie I would boil down, as I boiled down in my Letterboxd review, as I've found the limit of God forbid a woman have hobbies. This is about a really, really strange woman who is obsessed with the criminal trial of a dude who makes snuff films on the internet. And just follows that psychologically. It's a great movie, and it doesn't show anything really gory, but boy, is it a bummer. The Wager by David Gran. I believe I just saw that Posthumus read this one. I don't remember if we've ever talked about that, Posthumus, but I read it this year. And this is a true story book about a really strange maritime case from real history. That one of those things that feels stranger than fiction, and that's my favorite kind of nonfiction. I'm gonna say top of B tier for The Wager. It's super good. Like, it's one of those things that you just read and you're like, this can't possibly have happened. This feels too narrative for people to act this way. But then you like go into the sources and see all the, like, you start digging into it. And, oh yeah, no, that was, people were just fucking crazy. Do a Power Bomb. This is a comic, a graphic novel about a woman wrestler trying to wrestle to free her mom's soul from hell. And wrestling is real, actually. This is by Daniel Warren Johnson, and it's pretty peak. Where this tier list is a fucking mess. I'm glad it's a mess. This is exactly as much of a mess as I wanted it to be. Let's put this here. Here is where this can be. It's short and sweet, one issue graphic novel, ends in a really strong place. If you like wrestling, you owe it to yourself to read it. The Traitor Baru Cormorant, or Baru Cormorant, or however the fuck you pronounce her name. First in a novel series about a morally ambiguous young woman going up against a fascist regime that is extremely, extremely homophobic, and she is extremely, extremely gay. Uh, this is a feel bad little book. It's pretty compelling, and it goes places I was not expecting. It is a feel bad little book, and I have not read the sequel yet. The Traitor Baron Corp. Gonna have to pick a thing of the year for 2025. I mean, whatever ends up at the top is gonna be by default my older media thing of the year. Pitch Black. Oh, I fucking hate this cover so much. Great job. Great job, Tara. It's just about the worst cover you could have possibly picked for Pitch Black. Uh, Pitch Black is a fun monster movie with a fun Vin Diesel performance. I don't know, like, I think I like the last Riddick movie more than I like Pitch Black. From what I remember, I have not rewatched any of the movies recently, except for this one. And I certainly love this a hell of a lot more than I like Chronicles of Riddick, which I despise. So, Pitch Black, I'm gonna put it in like lower B tier. It's a good movie. It's just like I think I liked the last one more. I'd put an upper B, mid B at worst. Well, that's why you're watching me for my crazy opinions. Kong Skull Island. This is going to, so I went through the MonsterVerse also as well this year. I'd only ever seen 2014 Godzilla, and then that pissed me off so much I never watched any of the other movies. Skong Island is probably still the best one of all of those. It's the only one with an actual cast of characters, for starters, which really puts it above some of the others. I'm going to piss off Posthumous specifically by putting this above Cure, and we're going to move on. Big Monkey. 2014 Godzilla is cool? No. That's all I got to say about that. The Animatrix. Watch this on a lark. It's the Matrix anime anthology thing. It's got some segments in it that are S tier and some segments in it that are D tier. So I have no idea where I should actually put it. I'm gonna say C tier then. Whole of Animatrix is maybe D tier, but there's some A tiers in it. Yeah, I'm gonna say right here. Above Hellraiser. That feels right. Good God, it's almost 12:30 at night, and we still have actually not that many to get through. If we speed run it. Cocoon. This is a stylish, mind-bending puzzle game in the style of something like, you know, your art house puzzles like Inside or name another one. I didn't really like it. It kind of left me cold. It's very well put together, but after a while, it was just like, why am I doing this? And it didn't really come to any greater point than that. It's like Inside and Limbo if it wasn't as good, yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty good way of saying it. It's super like impressive on a technical level. Like the technical things the game accomplishes are phenomenal. I just didn't really gel with it. You know what I did fucking gel with? Kagura fucking Bachi, which we're gonna put safely ensconced up here in I really like Kagura Bachi. We're gonna put it right here. Fuck it. Right under Big Trouble in Little China. He botched all over him, exactly. Found the third funny thumbnail choice I forgot about. I'm proud of you, Tara. I'm proud of you. You know what's really weird? I'm running on 3 hours of sleep and it's almost 12:30 and I feel completely energized. That's weird. Anyway, Kagurabachi, it's a super good battle shonen. That's it. It's super good. The art's fantastic. The characters are vibrant. It actually has a really focused message that it keeps centering, and it has a very small cast that it keeps centering, and it's just very tight and very satisfying. And it's just good. And week to week, it just keeps being better. And also, all the villains are the funniest fucking guys ever. Small cast. By comparison to a lot of other battle shonen, yes. Do you feel like Bocce is teetering a bit after the base invasion arc? It's really hurt him cast juggling. I think that they're paring it down with recent events. I think the big amount of characters was specifically for what goes on in that arc, and then all the shit happens. Speaking of shit happens, goodness gracious, this list is getting large. Immortality, FMV video game, extraordinary. This one goes in like no, right up here. It's really high. It's by the dude who made Her Story and a couple other games that nobody really cared about because they weren't Her Story. Sam Barlow, I believe his name is. Immortality. It's you look through 3 feature-length films separated into a million different clips to find out what happened to this missing actress. And it's phenomenal. Phenomenal. Prisma Ilia, Oath Under Snow. The first Fate thing I was told to watch after I beat Fate Stay Night, which is also somewhere on this list. I've heard great things about it for years. It's oh god. Ah. Oh, my throat's so fucking scratchy. Oh my god, I keep this maybe it was not a good idea to do all of these tier lists in a single sitting. Ugh. Spike Lee old boy next to censored hard coded keeps winding me up whenever you scroll up to it. It's your curse upon me. It's your curse upon me, Tara. Please take care of your throat, dear. No. No. You've been talking for 3 hours on a break. Oh my god, it has been 3 hours. Holy shit. You know what? I like talking. I like talking about media. This is fun. All right, Prisma Ilia, Oath Under Snow. I'll hydrate in just a second. Good movie. Very, very compelling emotional arc about the best character in Prisma Ilia, a anime which I would otherwise not recommend to people who aren't freaks. It kind of has the problem of like assuming investment in particular characters just based on your investment in their alternates from Fate Stay Night, and I don't think it quite earns some of the callbacks at the end in the final battle. But I'm going to say Oath Under Snow right here. Right, that feels good. Right sandwich between the summer, which I fucking loved, and the Last Wish. Yeah, yeah. Okay. This is a very fun stream. Thank you. Glad. You're all watching me lose my fucking mind. Okay, we're gonna speed run. I said this was gonna be the lightning round speed run, and I kept talking about shit. Fires on the plane. World War II Japanese perspective movie. Very, very unique, very, very interesting. Harrowing watch. It's about dudes who are like young and abandoned by their commanders, and it's the dying days of the war, and shit sucks, and they have no chance of winning. And it's just a dude trying to survive on this hellscape of a land. Um, the leg eating Buddha fucking horrifies me. Yeah, no, yeah, fuck. Yeah, very brutal movie. Um, very good. I'm gonna say right here feels good. Actually, no, it hit me emotionally a little more than Cure did, so I'm gonna put it like below Monkey. Monkey. Fear and Hunger Termina. Now that's something that fucking hit me. I was all about this shit for a hot minute. So this is definitely going in S tier. This game is really great, really engaging, brutal as hell. Um, just creative. It's one of the more creative horror RPGs I have played, and uh, it completely absorbed my entire being until I beat it. And I still mean to get the other ending, perhaps on a stream, but I just don't have windows to do so. I'm gonna say Fear and Hunger Termina. Better than Kaiji Season 2. I'm gonna put it right below Lady Vengeance. Marina, indeed. Marina and Abella. Fate Stay Night, let's go. Original. Uh, move you straight up to somewhere in S tier. I fucking love this visual novel. I've been a Fate fan for a long time. I had never actually read the original visual novel, like the vast majority of Fate fans. I decided to change that. It absorbed a many a morning. And uh it's dated in many respects. It's a visual novel from like 2006 or whenever. In other respects, it has not aged a day. I truly think that, and it's super compelling. The characters are ridiculously well written for the most part. I don't particularly love some of the ones in Heaven's Feel. Ah, but I really like Lady Vengeance. We're gonna put it right there. Yeah, that feels good. That feels spiritually good. Good year for Marinas with Zato as well. True. I do one of these countdowns for 2026 for older media that didn't come out in 2026. I will absolutely put Zato high among there. Strange Harvest. This is a horror movie that is like mockumentarying your Netflix true crime docs that are super grisly and exploitative. It is quite a good watch outside of the parts where it goes way too edgy and kind of lets the edge subsume a lot of its substance. And because of the amount of times it does that, I can't really give it higher than like low B tier. Fuck me. Great thumbnail jobs, baby. Adam Sandler's mouth washing. My friends forced me to watch Eight Crazy Nights as the actual last movie that I watched in 2025. And we're just gonna not talk about it. Hovering an A. I've been hovering everything in middle of the list while I think, like, just as a reflex, because I've done fucking. There was 113 of these in this list. I am now down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Math, however many. It's my muscle memory is fully taking control. Eight Crazy Nights fucking sucks. The song near the end is good though. George R. R. Martin's Night of the Seven Kingdoms. This is timely to rank as the adaptation of it comes out tomorrow. And I'm very hopeful for that. This is otherwise known as Tales of Dunk and Egg. It's a series of short stories set in the Game of Thrones / Song of Ice and Fire universe that is just about a good dude and his little boy having adventures back before the world was quite as sucky as it is in A Song of Ice and Fire. And I really liked it. I really, really vibed with it. There's only 3 of them, and they're quite short, but we put it right there. And I have really high hopes for the expansion in the series, in the adaptation. Adaptation looks like shit in every trailer I see. It looks like a Broadcast Network knockoff. I don't know, Queequeg. I don't think it needs to look all that fancy. It's like it's the part of A Song of Ice and Fire with the least magic and whimsy in it. Well, that's not least magic, the most whimsy. Drake wants to know why 8 Crazy Nights is ranked higher than Victory Gundam. Because 8 Crazy Nights has the courtesy to be done and over with in like 80 minutes. Victory Gundam is 50 episodes. Literally falling asleep in my chair, Lamau. I'll try to be quick, Posthumus, I'm sorry. We're almost done. Elden Ring, Road to the Erd Tree. The Elden Ring goofy comedy manga. Fucking let me... I wish I could... Oh my god, I can grab them while I... No! But if I grab them while I... Wait, where... Wait, what? Wait, what happened? Is it... Did it go away? Did I lose it? Oh, no, it's right there. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go back to the old method of putting them in lower categories and then scrolling back up. Elden Ring Road to the Erd Tree very nearly vanished. This is the Elden Ring comedy manga. I've read only a couple volumes of it. What I have read is super, super funny. And actually, like, really creative as far as incorporating the NPCs and storylines of Elden Ring. The guide has no new information. I'm also gonna save some... Okay, fucking hold on. This is the point where I can start hunting and pecking for things. So first and foremost, the book that I've been dodging ranking. So I read 4 books of Gaunt's Ghosts, the Warhammer 40k definitive, like, Imperial Guard series of novels. I read 4 books of it in 2025. Starting with the Guns of Tanith, which is an easy A tier. It was one of the first of this series that, like, really, really gripped me from beginning to end. It's basically infiltrate this building, this single really big building, and then hold it. And then have suffocating firefights from room to room while bad things slowly begin to happen. Guns of Tanith. I'll put that above the... I haven't put it above Imposter Factory, actually. Irish Forest Ninjas. Yeah, that's Gaunt Ghost. Gaunt's Ghosts. And then there was... Oh, we're so close to the end. We're so close to the end. It's a miracle, chat. Where's Straight Silver? That's the next one. Contrast to our friend Silver, who is not straight. I didn't quite dig Straight Silver as much as I dug Guns of Tanith. I'm gonna put it in lower B, I think. It does go places by the end, by like the third act, but for the most part, it's kind of grinding trench warfare, and I wasn't really enjoying it as much as I enjoyed Guns of Tanith. Becky, there are 56 titles left, though. You didn't see anything. You didn't see anything. Only Dreams Now. Only Dreams Now. But there's some really good titles, though. Where's the other one? Where's the next one? Sabbat Martyr. Sabbat Martyr. The one that I've been saving the entire time. This is the climax of its particular arc of books. And this is the one that goes in S. Because, holy shit, I have never been so tense reading military sci-fi. The situation that the book centers around is so fucking hopeless and awful that, like, I kept thinking there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way they can just not pull the rug out here. And it just kept going and going and going, and it's really good. Super good. Dan Abnett is a good goddamn writer. He sure is. He sure is. There was one more. There was one more. There was one more. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I know you're somewhere. I know you're somewhere in here. But the Trader General. Where is Trader General? Where is Trader General? Trader General. There. I didn't recognize it because it looked different from the other peppers. Trader General also goes in. I'm actually gonna say high A for. Well. Yeah, high A. I'm gonna put Trader General above. Mistakes were made. Trader General is Zero Dark 30 on a Chaos world. And if that sounds like an exciting time, it's exciting. And it's one of the main things that made me so fucking pissed that Chaos is so boring in the Space Marine games that, like, man, you can do so much if you just want to be creative at all. Hey, Dose, welcome. So these 4 lists were like 2025 media, doing my conventional stuff. This is a slap bang lightning round that is intentionally ugly and awful of all of the media I did in 2025 that didn't come out in 2025. You will never decipher it. All right, that was all the Gonsko stuff. Then Star Trek movies. Don't worry, I didn't actually just put Wrath of Khan in F. Tier Maker is just really hard to navigate on a Steam Deck. Controversial opinion. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, is a classic. It's really damn good. There's not much more to be said. It's one of the all-timers in terms of, like, sci-fi of that genre for a reason. And also, I'm getting quite exhausted talking. Star Trek 3 is here, and it's bad. Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock, goes in D tier. And I'm actually gonna be intellectually honest and move 8 Crazy Nights down to F. Star Trek 3 is not good. It's boring. The entire plot exists to undercut the most emotional moment in Wrath of Khan. It fucking goes nowhere. The only worthwhile element is the villain, who is a crazed Klingon played by fucking Doc Brown. When we watched it, Tara, we literally started fast forwarding through the ending. That's the only time we've done that in a movie. They also trashed the Enterprise and kill Kirk's son. What does it tell you that I forgot both of those things happened? But you know what I didn't forget? Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home, the comedy movie where they go back to the past, Samurai Jack. This one's high B. High B. It's light fluff. It's not an intellectually taxing watch, but it's a lot of fun. It's just a lot of fun. Nuclear Vessels is an immortal bit. Actually, say High C. I quite liked it. I am a sucker for silly whimsy like that. There was one more. There was one more. Where was it? Where was it? You fucker. You know what? I'll just go in order. I'll get to it. I'll get to it. Because now we can do. Oh my god! It's 12:40 at night. Bone Lake. I think this one was the actual last movie that I watched in 2025. Like, not new. Last 2025 movie I watched was The Long Walk, and last movie night movie I watched was 8 Crazy Nights. Bone Lake I watched by myself on New Year's Eve, I believe. And this is getting my highest B tier spot, I think. It's not a very special movie up until the third act, where it suddenly becomes very, very special. It is a whale of a time when it really gets going. And that's all I'll say about that. You've been around SBFP for this long and saw Gurren only last year? Yes. That's fine. Low C tier. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do the Cure thing again. I already dragged out my uh goodwill. 1 hour 20-minute lightning round in progress. Jesus Christ. Okay, is Gurren the best thing? Do I put this is hard. This is really hard. Gurren or Kaiji? I fucking love Kaiji. I'm gonna put below Kaiji. Kaiji really spoke to me, man. Kaiji's one of my favorite anime ever now. The more you elaborate on each of these, the less of lightning round it is. Yes, but I have the tism. I can't help but talk. Shimeji Simulation manga by the author of Girls Last Tour. Who the Girls Last Tour is one of my favorite pieces of art. Shimeji Simulation is good. It's weird. It's goofy. It's surreal. It's much less comprehensible up until the point where it's suddenly much more comprehensible. Right below the wager, I reckon. Been over this in the mod server. I fucking despise Gurren's last 10 minutes on a moral level. I don't despise it on a moral level. I just think it's kind of dumb. I do get the point. I just think it's a little bit stupid how they do it. I'm filled with. I'm not gonna fall asleep for shit on stream. I'm filled with energy right now, and we're almost done. We're almost done. Lockhart Indigo. Game that I played because I got it for free, and by dint of being free, it's better than several of these other games. It's a detective sort of game where you go into a mansion to investigate a murder. In practice, what you're really doing mostly is solving block puzzles and engaging with a really tiresome dialogue minigame that doesn't make much sense. Invincible. It's invincible. You know what I'm gonna assume everybody in this chat is invincible. Invincible is an easy high A. Right below Other Side Picnic. It's fucking good. It's probably my favorite, like, dark, subversive superhero thing. Akane Banashi. Star Pressure's gonna fucking strangle me for this one. I'm gonna put Akane Banashi in C tier. I respect it. I really do. I respect Akane Banashi. It is not for me. I really tried to stick with it. I just couldn't. The art's great. The story is really interesting. Akane is a great character. Something about it just didn't hold my attention. I'm sorry. When the anime drops, I'll give it a second shot and see if I can get further. I got a little ways past where she confronts the old man, and then I was like, well, that was the thing I was waiting on her to do, so what am I reading for now? And then I read a little ways past that, and it was fine. Late Night with the Devil, also D tier. It's better than Search for Spock, but not by much. Did not like that really much at all. David Dastalmakian, great actor. He's the best part of it. The presentation is good outside of the parts where they use pointless AI art for really, really simple interstitial drawings. Did not like the plot. Did not like I think the message it was trying to go for. It wasn't really scary or interesting. The only thing Becky and I have ever really substantially disagreed on, lol. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, posthumous. And I maintain I maintain. Was Longlegs 2024? Yes, it was. Shockingly. Riverdale. This is Riverdale Season 1. Hey, guess what? Anywhere I put on this list, it will piss people off. I'm ranking purely by how much fun I had watching it, and I had a blast watching it. Riverdale Season 1 gets a bad rap. I promise it is not a normal teen drama. It is demented from beginning to end. It's such a shitty attempt at doing Twin Peaks, and it's great, and I cannot wait to watch more. You know what? You're correct, Posthumous. Riverdale is in every tier. DMC5, Visions of V. This is the DMC5 prequel manga. This is a good B tier. I'm gonna say better than Star Trek 4, not quite as good as the summer. Does a lot to make me love V in a way that the game really struggled to. Man, I like him as a character fine, but this one really fleshed him out and fleshed the story out in general in ways that I wish the game had had time to. So, would recommend. Would recommend that. Gonjam, Haunted Asylum. I was waiting for this one. I almost forgot this was on the list. This is the scariest found footage movie I've ever watched, bar none. It's South Korean grave encounters, essentially. Knocked my socks off, terrified me. I only want to watch it again in the presence of people with whom I can live vicariously in their fear. I'm gonna put it right down here. Freaked my shit out. Godzilla x Kong, the new. Okay, well, King of the Monsters first. Monsterverse in order. King of the Monsters. Fantastic monster action. Probably the best monster action. The plot is such a fucking snooze. So bad. And it drags the entire thing down. So I'm gonna give that mid to high C tier. Godzilla versus Kong, I think, is the next one. Yeah, it's the next one. Godzilla vs. Kong is more fun than King of the Monsters. I think I give that right there, below Strange Harvest, above Pitch Black. This list fucking sucks. It's so good. This is exactly what you were watching for. Oh my god, it's almost 1 in the morning. This is the latest I have ever streamed. Godzilla X Kong, the New Empire. I don't actually remember how I felt about this one, which probably doesn't speak volumes for it. But I think I liked these about equally to each other. So I'm just gonna put it right there. I'm tired. Late Nights with Baxter. True. True. Oh fuck me. You had to have put these two next to each other to like whiz bang me right at the end. These two are the two I was most excited to get to on this list. Okay. Well, Tatsuki Fujimoto's Look Back. This is the movie specifically. I watched the movie and it broke me, and it's going in S tier. Remember what I said about Whisper of the Heart like 10 hours ago? That it really resonated with me as a writer in ways few pieces of art had before. Um, yeah, that it's fucking Look Back. I can't like I can't put it any lower. I just can't. Look Back has dethroned Spike Lee's Old Boy. It's true. Seriously, this is like one of if this movie had come out in 2025 and not 2024, there's a good chance it might have at least threatened Sinners for my movie of the year. Magnus Archives. Magnus Archives, my beloved, my everything. This is a cosmic horror, episodic, semi-serialized podcast by Jonathan Sims, who many people better know as the narrator in Slay the Princess. I'm gonna blow the lid off this thing. I think Magnus Archives might have been my favorite thing that I engaged with in 2025 that didn't come out in 2025. It's if you listen to the first episode, you'll immediately know if it's for you, and I can't recommend that highly enough. The way it does basically everything, the horror, the character development, the unexpected romance, the world building, the slow unveiling of mysteries and connections, and like the way it makes your brain tingle and link all these dots and like, oh my god, wait, that's the thing from that other thing, and how does this connect to et cetera, et cetera. One of the most intellectually engaging and rewarding pieces of art that I have experienced in a long time. Love this shit to death. I forgot to put the sequel podcast on here, the Magnus Protocol. I don't know why I forgot that, but I also really like that. It's not as good as Magnus Archives, but it is really quite good. I would give that like lower S tier. Better than Victory Gundam. It's shocking, I know. One Piece. This is just me ranking One Piece continuing like the One Piece stuff that happened in 2025. One Piece. I have been enjoying the Elbaf arc. I think it's a little long in the tooth up until it got to the flashback. But it's fucking One Piece. I can't give it much lower than A at any given time. High A for sure. Undead Unluck beats it because it ended. And it ended fucking strong. One Piece is a little too long. Whoa, hot take alert. That's actually a hot take I don't agree with, funnily enough. I think One Piece should be twice as long as it is right now. And I say that entirely unironically. Boondock Saints. This movie is weird as fuck. This is a dude's Punisher wank fanfiction. If the Punisher was two Irish guys. And it's very strange. You can see the director jacking off constantly on the screen. But it's also really fun. It's a quite fun movie. Very quotable, very Irish. Doing this watch and then reading the director's Twitter to y'all on the call afterward was so funny. It was so he was furiously masturbating all over the screen. Willem Dafoe plays a gay detective who is constantly hamming it up, and he is awesome. That movie is dumb and stupid and kind of like harmful, but it is so much fun. One Cut of the Dead. I watched this for my birthday this year, and that's going in S tier. This is a single take zombie movie from Japan, and that is all I'm going to say about that. This was one of my favorite movies that I watched this year. I'm gonna put it right here. One Cut of the Dead. Highly recommend. Single take Japanese zombie movie. Fucking great time. We're almost. Oh my god, it's fucking 4 minutes from 1 in the morning. Peacemaker season 1. It's lightning round. Lightning round of lightning round. Great. It's great. It's great. It's great TV. A tier. Somewhere. I scrolled past the A tier. Oh god, fucking Steam Deck. Right here. I like it when John Cena says the funny things. Children of Clay. I fucking forgot that I played that this year, and I'm the one who made the list. This one goes like bottom of C. It's like a half-hour experience, but it's a good one. It did scare me. I streamed that. All you need to know is on my stream. She's been going the distance. She's beginning to believe. Oh, 13 people are still watching me right now. I can't believe that. This is crazy. I think this is the most viewing retention I've ever had this late into the night. Creature Commandos. James Gunn, don't miss. I quite enjoyed this one. It's definitely his most slapdash work in the DCU. And there's big bits and pieces of it that are kind of weird and don't really pay off all that well. But I had a blast watching it, and that's all that really matters. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. We're having fun. Oh, thank you. Release us. Severed Steel. Severed Steel. Oh man, Severed Steel's peak. Severed Steel was a. You want to talk about fun streams? Severed Steel was a fun fucking stream. I love me some movement shooters and platforming and all that shit. I'm gonna put it below Monkey. Actually, now that I see Occult, like, I'm gonna say Occult actually goes like bottom A tier. Now that I've like seen how the shape of this is playing out. Memoir of a Snail. This may be my favorite non-BWE stream experience here. Oh, thank you. I'm glad just me talking is an entertaining experience. It's a C tier movie, Becky. Just being so near Cure is painful. Listen, I think the only C tier thing in Occult is the very last shot, genuinely. I really like the rest of that movie. Noroi the Curse is better, but I really like the rest of it. Memoir of a Snail. I was introduced to this one by my dear friend Bupchup. I probably wouldn't have given it the time of day otherwise, but it's a good time. It's a stop motion Australian dramedy that is like black comedy in deriving most of its comedy from putting this little girl through the most miserable life situations you could possibly imagine. And it is a good time. And I think if I send Bupchup this picture of Memoir of a Snail under Riverdale, it will make him explode and die. So I'm going to do that right now. Ugh. Fuck me. Could listen to you talk all night. Hey. Well, hey. You can smooth. Start. Oh, this is just TOS. We also watched TOS this year for the first time. I previously had only ever seen TNG and DS9. TOS? That's a lot of fun. That is a ton of fun. Actually, I'm gonna put it below Severed Steel. TOS is like, it's one of those things where like you look back at the cheesy special effects and the low clearly low budget and the hammy acting and stuff, and you're like, why were people ever really unironically interested in this one back when it wasn't like, back when it was just the expectant thing and not the camp we can see it as now? And that's because they had to substitute for all of that with incredibly sharp writing and scripting. And it's just actually super good sci-fi if you can get past the cheesy special effects. What is this? Wait, what is this? Oh, is this Rebels? Oh, this is Rebels. This is Rebels. Okay, yeah. I didn't recognize the cover art. Star Wars Rebels. Watched that with friends after watching Clone Wars and before finishing Bad Batch, which should be on this list, but I forgot it. I forgot a lot of things actually. Mm. Fucking Bad Batch. Rebels. I'ma say it's a really good time. It takes a little bit to get going, compared to Clone Wars, but when it does get going, I think it is a really rewarding experience. And I'm gonna put that below Shimeji Simulation. Becky, stay hydrated. It's 1 in the morning. Posthumous. Oh, all right. We're so close. We're so close. Sopranos, season 1 to 3. We're in the early bits of season 4 so far, so I'm ranking only season 1 to 3. I'm not gonna like make a big to do out of it. It's the fucking Sopranos. It's the fucking Sopranos. Like it's the fucking Sopranos. Ugh. It's you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna put Sopranos above Gurren. It's the fucking Sopranos. That's it. Like, there's nothing else to say. It's the fucking Sopranos. Chainsaw Man, right? Chainsaw Man in 2025. Like I was ranking One Piece in 2025. I've been kind of hit or miss on Chainsaw Man Part 2 compared to Part 1, especially in the current arc, but I think it's been more hit than miss, and some of the things that I took were misses turned out to be hits later because I didn't trust Fujimoto enough. I still think part 1 is a cleaner narrative, but part 2 is not done yet. So I'm gonna say right about here. Sopranos is almost as good as Old Boy 2013. Uh, you've done irreparable damage to me. Dot hack sign. Watched this with Mr. Adora Bell, aka Pachi. Let's scroll up a bit. There's a slow paced suit like isekai-ish, like trapped in, it's one of the first trapped in an MMO type things that it was in existence. We've passed it, folks. This stream is officially fellowship length. Oh fuck. Yeah, Dot Hack Sign is a really good time. It's very slow. It's very slow. It's not for everybody, but I like me some slow burn character drama, and it is a really strong payoff. Where do I put it? It's gonna be an A tier. I'm gonna say it's definitely better than Butterfly Kisses. I'm gonna put it right between Sorry We're Closed and Peacemaker, because those are both really fucking high quality. R Point. That is not very high quality. R Point bums me out because it's a really strong premise for a horror movie. It's high D tier. Bunch of soldiers. Is this a Why am I fact-checking things in a lightning round? Hold on, I can't say anything that is factually incorrect. Hold on. Is it Japanese? Is it Indonesian? No, it's, fucking load, please. South Korean horror movie. Yeah, it's South Korean. A bunch of soldiers go into a deserted base in Vietnam, I think, during the war. And, no, wait. Is it Vietnam? Maybe. They go into a base in a war, and ghosts are there, and it's not really, like, any good. There's a couple good scares, but it's haunted by fucking early 2000s music video type editing, even though it's not from Hollywood, which is very confusing. 2-hour lightning round. Fuck yeah, dog. I knew this was going to be a total disaster. Okay, so the thing I just grabbed is the To the Moon series beach episode, otherwise known as just a To the Moon series beach episode. And I am going to put this right up the top here, above Kaiji, below hard-coded. To the Moon series beach episode is now the hardest I have ever cried at a video game. Full, like, no compunctions. And it is, as an ending to the series, it's not the actual final game, but like it feels like the ending to a series that I've been invested in since I was 14. It's perfect. No notes. I wouldn't change a thing. The Swapper. This is an interesting little puzzle game where you swap with clones with a teleporter gun. You make clones, you swap with them. You're the Swapper. And put this in B tier. You're the Swapper. You're the Swapper. It's good. Put it right below Space Marine. The Swapper. Project fucking Wingman. Part of me wishes I'd streamed this, but my stream schedule has always been really cluttered. I just kept pushing it back for forever, even though I kept wanting to play it more than like almost any other game. It's Ace Combat, made by Ace Combat fans, with the intensity and insanity dialed all the way the fuck up. And it goes in S tier. The final battle in Project Wingman is the coolest fucking thing in the universe, and anybody who says I'm wrong, you can suck my ass out my fucking throat. Indie Cross. Indie Cross. This is the only YouTube thing on this list, I believe. I do not want to do that. Tough. Then don't challenge me. Don't challenge my authority. Lieutenant, are you still here? You're the only other one here who's seen Indie Cross. I hope you're still watching. You're probably not still watching. It's probably very late. Anyway, Indie Cross. Where did I put it? Oh god, I lost it. I lost it. Oh god, it's so cluttered. Oh god, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Fuck me. Where is it? Did I drop it? Did I drop it? Did I drop it on the side? Oh no, it's in S tier where I put it. It's in S tier where I put it. Thank you. Yeah, low S. Indie Cross is a YouTube fan animated series currently consisting of 2 episodes. If you liked the Subspace Emissary in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, and you were like, damn, I wish they ever did that again, this is some animator doing the Subspace Emissary with indie game characters. An incredibly gorgeous animation, full voice acting, good voice acting. It's such a love letter to all the different games that are part of it. Watching Genocide Root Frisk fight William Afton should be the cringiest thing in the universe, but I had a giant smile on my face the entire time that was happening. And that's only one tiny piece of what goes on in Indie Cross. So I'm going to give Indie Cross Pride of place, right above Kaiji against all rules. That sounds insane. I love that. Hell yeah, brother. Definitely watch it. It takes you like an hour to watch it, I think. And they've introduced some characters teased for the next episode that I think you will be really fond of. A Scanner Darkly. This is a movie adaptation of my favorite Philip K. Dick book, so I knew I was going to love it. It's basically 1-to-1, and it's filmed / animated in a really, really weird way that I quite enjoyed. I think I'm gonna put it just under Wrath of Khan, actually. Stream has officially passed 2 towers extend. Oh my god, we're almost at 4 hours. Oh my fucking god, we're almost at 4 hours. Oh my fucking god, we're almost done. We're almost done. We're almost done. Scanner Darkly, heartbreaking. Peen to like drug addiction, and it's Philip K. Dick mourning his own friends and himself. I'm gonna lightning round. Lightning round. I could talk about Scanner Darkly and how meaningful it is all fucking day. This The Undiscovered Country. This is Star Trek 6. It's good. It's not quite as good as the other ones, but it's good. It's a good time. It's a good conclusion for TOS. Stream lasted longer than the Twin Towers. Oh god. Nausicaa. Oh, the Valley of the Wind. You better believe this is going high up there. A lot of people have this as their all-time favorite movie. I don't think quite that strongly of it to say that, but I do rank it very, very highly. Bottom of S. Yeah, bottom of S feels good. Heaven Will Be Mine. I have only played one route of Heaven Will Be Mine, and I very much enjoyed it. It's queer as hell, sapphic mecha piloting visual novel about fight fucking your enemy pilots, and yeah, it's good. It's punk as fuck. I will do the other routes eventually. I'm gonna put it above In a Violent Nature. So I'm gonna put it above. Yeah, fuck it. You're there now. That's what you get, bitch. The Indie Cross creator animated for Death Battle and did some fantastic hand-drawn fights in it recently. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, fuck me. I saw the TV glow. I mean, as a trans woman, I am kind of obligated to put this in S tier. As an appreciator of great art, I am obligated to put it significantly high in S tier. Hard-coded is a better piece of trans art. Here feels good. Spiritually, here feels good. I saw the TV glow, knock my socks off. It probably would have knocked my socks off even harder if I hadn't already gotten spoiled on the ending. Banger. Watch it if you're trans, watch it if you're cis, watch it if you are questioning your gender or have ever questioned your gender before. It is deeply meaningful. Deeply, deeply meaningful. Oh, hey, it's In the Mood for Love. Yeah, I'm in C tier. Moving on, The Cabin Factory. I'm kidding. Pachi, please don't come to my house. Please don't come to my house and kill me, please. In the Mood for Love is a romance movie that is the source inspiration for that really good scene in Everything Everywhere All at Once, where he says, "I really like to fold laundry with you." And yeah, in the mood for, oh man, S tier is so fucking cluttered, dude. It's so fucking cluttered. I can't justify moving any of these. Here, I'm gonna do some tidying. Hold on. I think I can justify moving Rocky Horror down below to here. And then Red Rooms to here. And then In the Mood for Love to here. That feels good. It's just atmospheric, super like intimate, real romance. The final shot in in this movie, like it's the part of the movie I still think about the most, and it's just really artsy and creative. And I would talk about it more in depth if it wasn't 1:17 in the morning. The Cabin Factory. This one scared the fucking bejesus out of me. I couldn't even manage to finish it. Put it right there. Having watched full playthroughs of it, I don't it is not mid-tier Pachi. This is against some of my favorite pieces of art. I can't put it above like any closer. It's in S tier. Be happy. It's above Mistakes Were Made and Invincible and Red Rooms. Wait, what did I do? Oh, the Cabin I didn't write the Cabin Factory. Yeah. Cabin Factory. It's not 16 out of 23. It's 16 out of 113. This Cabin Factory I don't think it's a good like shock horror game. I think it's not all that good of a game like as an experience looking at it, but it did scare the pants off of me. So actually on that basis I can probably put it above Yuki's. Of Hellraiser. C for Factory. Oh god, this hurts. This one hurts. But if you watched me and Duke stream Tomb Raider 1, you know how this has to be. Mid C tier. It's the original, it's the one that started it all, and it's kind of not great. It's really frustrating and really, like, aged very poorly. But it did give us the line, "Too late for abortions now." So, yeah. Cookie Cutter. Speaking of C tier, this one's actually going bottom C tier, and that one fucking hurts to say. I'm almost out of water. Hurry up. Wait, where did I drop something? Cookie Cutter. Right, I keep forgetting what I talk about. This is a beat 'em up platformer about a lesbian robot fighting to avenge her creator, who is also her lover. And that sounds like you distilled all of my Becky bait and turned it into a single game. And unfortunately, it's mid. It's a mid platformer, it's a mid fighter, it's a mid Metroidvania. The story is mid. The ideas it expresses are mid. The characters are mid. Everything is mid. What a waste of an amazing hand-drawn art style. Mid. Lightning round has now gone on longer than the regular round. This is the kind of quality content you come to KK Turthalt for. Jusant, climby game. Don't Nod made a climby game about climbing a big tower. Climbing a big tower to relax. Relax and vibe. Climb the tower. Tower of the climb. Here's good. It's a 6-hour meditative experience. Just vibe. Just climb. If you like climbing, vibe with climbing. Climb the tower. Free us. This stream is the best. I'm seeing divided reactions akin to the audience during a Neil Breen film, and I think that's the best I could possibly hope for. We have 7 more left. I'm gonna. Okay, what's a good one to end on? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do left-right game. This is the other podcast on the list besides Magnus Archives. It's very short. It's an adaptation of a very famous No Sleep story performed by Tessa Thompson and other actors who I really like, and it's great. It's really great. Really great. High quality. High quality. Evie's just fully accepted the chains. 6 more, we're almost done. Desolation Called Peace. This is the sequel to A Memory Called Empire, which is a book I really like about, like, Mayan-influenced civilization going into the far future. And it's a political sci-fi thriller. The Desolation Called Peace continues that into space opera, and I didn't actually like it very much, so I don't know why I brought it this far. Death-defying princess makes a Yuri harem to survive. I promise I did not list this one because it's full of gay sex in it. It is full of gay sex, but it's mainly because it's really funny. It's a really funny manga where a noble bitch keeps getting, like, time loop murdered and eventually figures out, well, I'll just fuck all of my enemies and make them love me. And all of her enemies are women. It's peak. And it's actually got a really, really sharp sense of comedic timing. There's a particular panel where her head is in the guillotine for, like, the 12th time that I think about, and I just giggle like a schoolgirl. I know, Bad Batch, because I forgot to add to the list so Tara didn't put a thumbnail on it. I've forgotten like a dozen things by now, including Alien Earth, which I really liked, and I'm bummed I didn't get to rate on the TV list. 4 more. 13 Stories by Jonathan Sims, the creator of Magnus Archives. This one's, I'm gonna say, top of B tier or low A tier. Actually, no, it's better than Occult. Better than Kill. I'll put it right here. 13 Stories. Yeah, it's good horror, apartment building, class warfare, ghosts. Mox. This is the autobiography of John Moxley, who is one of my favorite wrestlers. It's a really, really good autobiography. He's a really good storyteller. If you like wrestling, please read it. If you don't like wrestling, reading this might make you like wrestling. Dudes just live a really interesting life, and I loved the fuck out of reading this. Ugh. Two more. Owl House, Howl House. Finally got to watching that this year. Finished it. It's gay. It's great. Bellos lives up to the fucking hype, let me tell you. Bellos lives up to the fucking hype. Where do I rank it? Right. Is it better? Right here. Owl House is so fucking good. Howl Mouse, Hollow Knights. And finally, Astrobot. Astrobot. He is Astrobot. Da 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 da. He is Astrobot. He is Astrobot. He's Astrobot. You better believe it. Mistakes were made. That's both the title of one of my favorite books that I read last year and also the content of the stream. We did it. We did it. It's 4 fucking hours. Oh my god. "15 minutes shorter than the extended cut of Return of the King." Mm. Is this your longest stream? No, my longest stream is still definitely the first. I think the first 6 hours of Final Fantasy 16. I played that from the end of the demo up until the Garuda fight, and that was a long session. Good session though. It's a good stream. Had a blast. Amazing vibes. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad. I'm glad you all had a great time. Uh, yeah. Now drop your shield. No. I'm gonna lift my shield into the air, wave it to the heavens, and taunt God for allowing this to happen. I'm gonna go now. Bye, everybody.